Can you hear me? Very good. I know we are waiting on Anders, but we're going to go ahead. So we have 3 closed door agenda items. Okay, welcome to the Millbrae City Council special meeting for June 27th, 2023. And we are going to talk about 3 items in closed door session tonight. The first one is real property negotiations with Outfront Media, LLC. The second item is a conference on labor negotiations with Teamsters Local 856 and Unrepresented Management, Miscellaneous and Sanitation Division. And the third one will be a personnel issue, existing litigation matter, Tanya Benedict versus City of Millbrae.
There you go.
So if there are any members of the public that have comments on any of these 3 issues, please raise your hand. And I have no slips.
Madam Mayor,
We have nothing.
I think you're supposed to do the roll call.
Oh, it's that kind of day. My apologies. City Clerk, could we please do roll call? Thank you,
Certainly.
Gina.
Councilmember Pappen,
Here.
Councilmember Kalen,
Here.
Councilmember Fung will be joining us shortly. Vice Mayor Goodman,
Here.
Mayor Snyder,
Present.
4 members of City Council are present.
Okay, and now we have done the closed door sessions. We're going to adjourn now for closed door. For any members of the public, we will try to get back as close to 7 o'clock tonight as possible. With that, everyone, we are out of here.
That's what I was just Googling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not necessarily targeted at Wordley because Wordley's still new,
Oh, yeah,
you know, just in general.
it's just compatibility wise or stupid to like. Are the mics hot? Look, I put it the same way that you had it, right here.
Line, oh, sorry.
Yeah. I need the meeting ID. I've never signed in with this computer.
Okay, line and then echo canceling.
Yes.
Okay,
So
and then can you do the YouTube thingy? Wow, you guys like things really small.
Excuse me?
Like your, I could look for it.
please promote me. I just raised my hand.
I'm gonna turn on the mics real quick.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna turn off. Have mics on. Well, it probably went on broadcast. Is your mic on?
Test, test, test.
Your mic's on.
Turn it off. Maybe turn.
Good evening, everyone. City Council is in closed session. Our regular meeting will start at 7 p.m. or shortly thereafter. Good evening, everyone. The City Council is still in closed session. If you'd like to speak tonight, please go ahead and fill out a speaker slip. And if you're online, feel free to raise your hand during the item. And if you need any translation services, please let us know before you start speaking, and we'll go ahead and select your preference language. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Council is still coming back from closed session. We'll start this meeting soon. If you're interested in speaking tonight, please fill out a speaker slip. And if you're online, please raise your hand when your item is being called. And if you'll be speaking in person, please make sure you speak into the mic directly. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
MCTV, how are we? Thank you. City manager, city clerk, how are we? Are we all set?
Looks like we're ready to go, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Good evening and welcome to Millbrae City Council's regular meeting for June 27th, 2023. It is 7:08 to the public here and watching on Zoom. My apologies, we had 3 issues at closed door session, so we're starting a little bit late. And again, you have my apologies. With that, if you could all please join me in rising for, oh, I'm sorry, roll call. Oh, you're so good. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Pappen.
Here.
Councilman Kalen.
Here.
Councilmember Fung.
Here.
Vice Mayor Goodman.
Present.
Mayor Snyder.
Here.
All members of City Council are present.
Thank you. And now may we all rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Before we get moving, I do want to remind both everybody here in person and on the phone that we do have Wordify. And if you need translation, to please alert the city clerk on that so that she can queue up the language on that. So that would be for any of the items as well as for public comment for items not on the agenda tonight. And you can see it on our front page of all of our agendas now, have the instructions on how to use that. So with that, I would first like to, we had Juneteenth a little over a week ago, and we gave out 4 awards, 4 Ida B. Wells Crusader Justice Awards, but we had already sent one of the proclamations back or commendations back. So if Miss Dana Johnson could join me, actually, Vice Mayor, you read these at Juneteenth. Would you read this one? And I'm so glad that you came back to Millbrae for this. If we can have you up at the podium.
Yes, this is presented to Dana Johnson, recipient of the Ida B. Wells Crusader of Justice Award in recognition of Dana's outstanding leadership in anti-racism, human rights, social equity, inclusion, and justice for all. Thank you.
And if we want to do a photo? Easier than trying to get past. For everyone, we see Dana on all of the flag raisings. She comes to Millbrae very often. Thank you for everything you have done for the county and for all of us. She had a film release that day, so she came a little bit late to Juneteenth. All right, next up, thank you, Dana. Next up is Councilwoman Pappen is going to tell us about the BART new safety app. Please go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a public safety information. If you can, please. BART has a new app called BART Watch. Please download it on your phone, because if you are riding BART and you just hit that app, you can report anything. Any incident that occurs, it's instantaneously goes to the BART police. So it is the fastest way to have all of us help keep the public safe and BART safe. So again, the app is called BART Watch, and do we have it? A little tiny presentation, which is really short. And that's it. Oops, again.
And it's looping.
But thank you very much. Please pass it around. Tell everyone, just download this little app and the moment you hit it, you can report something. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Excellent. Thank you, Councilwoman. Okay, and now moving to ceremonial and presentation. Councilwoman Angelina Cahalan will be reading the proclamation proclaiming the month of July as Park and Recreation Month. And because the Councilwoman doesn't have the magic list, we're honored to have Park and Rec Commissioner John Kiefer and Chair Stephanie Douglas with us, and our Recreation Director Hannah Moran. So at some point, you want to come and join us up at the podium. And I'm sorry, it's Vice Chair John Kiefer.
Well, the City of Millbrae, California proclamation. Whereas parks and recreation is an integral part of communities throughout this country, including Millbrae, California. And whereas parks and recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks. And whereas parks and recreation promotes time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorders. And whereas park and recreation encourages physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles. And whereas Parks and Recreation is a leading provider of healthy meals, nutrition services, and education. And whereas Parks and Recreation programming and education activities such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and environmental education are critical to childhood development. And whereas Parks and Recreation increases a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas Parks and Recreation is essential and adaptable infrastructure that makes our communities resilient in the face of natural disasters and climate change. And whereas the City of Millbrae recognizes the benefits derived from Parks and Recreation resources. And whereas Millbrae Recreation is proud to present opportunities and programs that encourage our community to stay active and social, such as Beats and Brews and Vines, and our free concert series from June through October. Our Parks Unit and Recreation Department are committed to continuing to provide top-level service to our community that includes opportunities to interact with nature and stay physically and mentally active. Now, therefore, we, the members of the Millbrae City Council, do proclaim July 2023 as Parks and Recreation Month. And I'm very honored to be the council liaison to Park and Recreation, and you all are such a caring and dedicated and passionate group and bring so much to that committee and to our city. So thank you so much.
Chair, Vice Chair, anything you'd like to say?
I'll just speak for everybody and say that mostly standing up here today, I just feel very grateful. Grateful how much the community supports the Recreation Department, grateful for Public Works, who has parks under their department, grateful to council for supporting us as well, and just echoing what is in the proclamation that Parks and Recreation is essential for every community. So thank you for the support on that.
Thank you. And I understand that we're losing Commissioner Julie Turner is retiring, so give her my best on that. And we'll have some new applicants coming in. All right, thank you. Oh, photo.
It's like, we don't have to.
Got out of it.
Over there.
Thank you. And to all of our park staff and all the work with all the rain and all the lovely vegetation, they are working double, triple time. So hats off to our staff. Next up, we have the Central County Fire Department, we call CCFD's Community Risk Assessment and Standard of Cover presentation. And we have our Fire Chief, Bruce Barron.
I gotta talk into this or Elaine will get really mad at me. Is that good? Okay, perfect. Good evening, Mayor Snyder, Millbrae Council and Manager Williams. My name is Bruce Barron and I'm the Fire Chief for the Central County Fire Department. After an in-depth presentation to the CCFD Fire Board, the board requested a brief presentation of the standard cover study to Millbrae, Burlingame, and Hillsborough councils. And this is the first of those presentations. Next slide. This study is called a Community Risk Assessment Standards of Cover. CCFD contracted with AP Triton, a neutral objective third party. Community risk assessment takes a look at what are our community risks. Then based on those risks, standard of cover is how we address them with staffing, station location, special equipment, codes, etc. AP Triton was a team of 6. They followed state and national best practices, referred a lot to the National Fire Protection Association or NFPA recommendations, the Insurance Service Offices or ISO, and that's your insurance rating industry. Ultimately, this report is to help Central County Fire Department take a look at where we are today and how we can plan future delivery service improvements. Next slide. The process involved Central County staff and others providing large amounts of data that was analyzed. Then based on that analysis, AP Triton team identified factors and presented the report to give readers a background of Central County, what our specific risks are, our performance, and opportunities for improvement. A significant part of the project was on-site visits. 2 of AP Triton's team conducted a site visit, inspected all stations, administrative offices, and apparatus. And as part of that on-site visit, stakeholders were interviewed. Citizens, firefighters, captains, chiefs, fire staff, elected officials, and city staff from all 3 agencies. This report ended at 187 pages, and each of you was provided an electronic copy. Next slide. In the report is broken down into 6 sections and contains a lot of data, lots of graphs, and lots of maps. In this presentation tonight, I wanted to summarize and give highlights from each section that help back up the recommendations. And feel free to ask questions at any time as I walk through this report. There are 38 slides, so try to move quickly, so please stop me if you have questions on the way. Next slide. Section 1, overview of the Central County Fire Department. Next slide. Our community serves a population of 65,000 people and occupies 15 square miles. We also provide advanced life support or ALS, emergency medical service with paramedics. Over half, 64% of our firefighters are paramedics. That's important as Central County works to provide paramedics on every apparatus on every call. Not all communities can do that, and that's exceptional service to the public. Our ISO rating is 2. This is the rating that the insurance companies use for rating premiums. The lower the number, the better. This is a significant accomplishment for us. This map shows Central County Fire Department jurisdictional boundaries. Each of the 3 cities, Millbrae in red, Burlingame in blue, and Hillsborough in green, each have 2 fire stations in their geographical boundary with 1 administrative building in Burlingame. And the stations are evenly spread out throughout the jurisdiction. Next slide. This is the current CCFD organizational structure, headed by a board of directors, oversight by a chief administrative officer or CAO, and managed by a fire chief. Within CCFD, we have 3 branches: administrative services, fire prevention, and operations, and each of the 3 branches have staff and programs underneath. The largest branch is operations. It has 3 shifts, A, B, and C shifts, 4 battalion chiefs, 6 engines, 1 truck for the 3 shifts, plus training and fleet mechanics. Overall, looks very good for a fire department our size. That was from AP Triton. Next slide. Central County's daily staffing model is a minimum of 22 on duty per day, 24 hours a day. 7 apparatus, 6 engines and 1 truck, and 6 stations, plus 1 battalion chief on duty. One of our stations, Station 34 in Burlingame, has dual companies, an engine and a truck company. And dual companies are a huge benefit when you have the ability to attain them, because if one of those rigs is out on a call, you have a backup right there if they're not on a call. Next slide. Click twice, Elaine. One more time. Perfect. Central County shifts are 48 hours on, 96 hours off. This schedule allows firefighters to commute from farther away due to housing costs in the Bay Area. Our staffing is 3 minimum on each engine and 3 minimum on our truck. It is noted that the NFPA 1710 staffing recommends 4 firefighters minimum on each apparatus. It's a best practice standard based on factors including safety, efficiency, fireground tasks, and other factors. Even though it's a recommendation, most departments in our region staff engines with 3 and ladder trucks with 4 to meet those NFPA recommendations. The bottom chart there, one of NFPA statistics is staffing comparisons throughout the nation. For comparison purposes, NFPA looks at how many total firefighters per 1,000 residents you have. Our region is the West Coast, and the medium average is 1.0 firefighters per 1,000. The medium national average is 1.28. Local comparisons, Central County is 1.06, San Bruno 0.72, San Mateo 0.75. CCFD is slightly higher than the regional average and slightly below the national average. Next slide. All of San Mateo County fire departments, including CAL FIRE, run on automatic aid. You can see the map above, and that's all the fire stations in San Mateo County. All automatic aid is delivered utilizing AVL, or automatic vehicle location technology. Simply stated, closest company is dispatched. Central County mostly gives and receives aid from San Bruno with 2 stations to the north, and San Mateo consolidated 9 stations to the south. People always ask, do we give more or we receive more? And it's about the same average when you look at it. We get a little bit more from San Bruno, but we provide a little bit more to San Mateo. So things just bump that way. So it's all even. As I noted, AP Triton conducted inspections of all 6 fire stations, plus the administrative building, looking for items that general modern day fire stations would have. Following best practices as essential to have adequate facilities to carry out a fire department mission, sprinkler systems, seismic standards, exercise areas outside the apparatus bay, separate sleeping quarters and restroom facilities, age of the facilities, etc. Each facility was rated, and AP Triton inspected and verified and validated those ratings. Using a 4-point rating system in the report, found that out of 7 facilities, 4 were found to be in fair condition and 3 were found to be in poor overall condition. This is common and a challenge with JPAs. When multiple cities own facilities and one department operates out of them, planning and financing upgrades is very challenging versus a district that owns all facilities and coordinates the facilities and upgrades as a group. Here's photos of 3 of our fire stations. Station 35 up above is Burlingame, Station 36, the admin on your right, and Station 37 on the bottom in Millbrae. All were rated in poor condition for various reasons. And the other 4 stations not pictured rated as overall fair. Here's an inventory of Central County frontline apparatus, mostly Pierce with a few specialty apparatus. Apparatus mostly in excellent condition and good based on a rating of 1 to 4 scale. Our truck 34 is rated excellent. We just purchased that and it was just delivered this year. One engine, engine 33 up in Hillsborough, was rated in poor condition based on the mileage, and that was replaced already. But just so you know, presently a fire engine is over 2 years out from the date you order it, and a truck is 3 years out from the day you order it. So it's kind of hard to keep ahead of the curve. Next slide. Here's an inventory of the reserve apparatus, 4 engines and 1 truck, all Pierce, all 5 are rated in poor. And that's basically because of the age and the mileage on those rigs. This could be a problem for Central County should multiple frontline apparatus go down at the same time. And an updated apparatus replacement plan has been implemented in the present budget. It was also noted that 62% of CCFD command staff vehicles and other vehicles are rated poor to fair and also included in the apparatus replacement. Many ask why we have so many apparatus poor or our vehicles poor, because the first thing that gets cut when budgets get cut are apparatus, because you can kind of extend those out with proper maintenance and everything else. So those kind of, over the history of the fire department, kind of the can get kicked down the road. So now we're just catching up with that.
Chief, if I may,
Yes.
just one quick question. When you rated the condition based on the age, the mileage, right? But they are still operational and be able to be fully functional should an emergency exist. Is
Oh,
that
yes,
correct?
because based on the study, they based all the recommendation on like NFPA guidelines. And NFPA guidelines said the maximum lifespan of an engine is 12 years and the maximum lifespan of a truck is 10 years. And don't quote me on that. I have to look that up, but it's pretty close. And you can see some of our reserve apparatus are over that. So they're still good, dependable rigs. It's just you're out of that NFPA recommendation.
Right, but then they're still fully functional. Should an emergency exist, they
Oh,
would
yes, sir.
be
Yes, sir.
in service.
Yes, 100%. All right, section 2, community risk assessment. Next slide, and next slide after that, Elaine. So AP Triton team produced this section, lots of maps, charts, and lots of other information based on consensus data, FEMA, NFPA, and other research. They base it all on demographics, risk classifications, physical hazards, land use, physical assets, and critical infrastructure. Next slide. Here are a few examples of those risk classifications. Landslides, mostly to the hills, traveling west, and that's for all 3 agencies. Wildfire risk is probably our most prevalent, closer to the hills, and we call it the wildland urban interface areas up over past 280, and we call them WUI. There are high and moderate wildland risk in both Millbrae and Burlingame, but the most extreme is in Hillsborough with high to very high, encompassing almost the entire town of Hillsborough. And Hillsborough has a WUI ordinance to help mitigate the high hazard to very high areas. Also, just for your information, we're expecting new maps from the state of California and CAL FIRE. We're supposed to have them already and we don't have them yet. So before we can kind of commit to any resources or anything like that, we need to see the maps, what those contain. Flood risk, really interesting. They were actually finishing up the study when we were having all the rains. And most of the flooding per FEMA is along the bay and some internal, usually low areas along the creeks. And they put this comment in here. From our recent weather experiences, interesting to see these are actually where we saw the flooding. And I haven't done the research on that, but I will follow up on that. Other classifications that we look at are target hazards. That middle slide there, target hazards are places of public assembly, schools, multifamily dwellings, buildings and hazards that may require significant CCFD or auto aid resources during an incident. These are maps of physical assets that we protect. The other 2 are taken right out of that target hazard maps and just separated out. It gets narrowed down. So you have the schools as one, and then multifamily occupancies. The multifamily occupancies are mainly Millbrae and Burlingame along the El Camino corridor and just off of that. Next slide. As mentioned earlier, CCFD, including the city of Millbrae, is an ISO rating of 2. 890 fire departments in California, only 158 have an ISO rating of 2. CCFD is in the top 20% of California. Next slide. Section 3, standard of cover and deployment analysis. Unit workloads. Our crews actually have bragging rights to the busiest stations. Crews get the busiest unit bragging rights. For Central County, in second place was engine 37 in Millbrae, and in first place was engine 34. And I kind of anticipated the question now. This year, station 37 is ahead in that race for the busiest station. And those 2 stations are back and forth for that. And then all the other stations run about average. You can kind of see the graph. They all run about the same. Next slide.
Chief, just
Yeah.
for the public, could you tell where 37, 38, and 34 are?
Yeah, so 37 is right next door on Magnolia. 38 is, I'm drawing a blank on the
Up
street.
on the hill.
Up on the hill. And 34 is on California Drive, right there. And there'll be an interesting map coming up here in a minute that'll illustrate the call volume in those districts. So this station is just kind of an example of every agency has a different method of looking at your station coverage. So the first slide there on the right, projected 4-minute travel time, that's an NFPA standard. And you can see that all of our stations are within that 4-minute travel time based on GIS and normal traffic patterns. On the right side, ISO has a few different comparisons that they do. So the right side, ISO engine distance coverage, the highest rating received when most areas are within 1.5 miles of the station. So that means any call within 1.5 miles, it only takes like 4 minutes or less. And then the middle slide is every station needs to be within 5 minutes of a certain district. And you can see that middle slide, we're well covered there. And we even cover some of our neighbors, but they also cover us. So the county is well covered for that. Next slide. Here's that interesting slide I was talking about. The middle slide, the map shows all 30,000 calls plotted together. This study was based on a 4-year study from 2018, 19, 20 to 21, 30,000 calls. So this map is called the all incident demand density map. Obvious hot zones for calls, Millbrae and North Burlingame, with secondary zones in and around South Burlingame. Just like the previous population map, this map also shows overall generally good station location based on calls. Questions always come up about additional station, and they mentioned it in here. If Station 36 admin were staffed with an engine company, would it be better serve the area in between Station 34 and 37? And they said, yes, this could be considered for better overall optimized based on this map coverage. The other the map on the left, this map shows all fires in a 4-year time period, and we average about 8 to 10. And these are not just fire alarm calls, these are full-blown fire calls, structure fire calls. Slightly higher concentration in Burlingame, but overall fires are spaced throughout all 3 cities. And the slide on the right looks very similar to the one in the middle. And the reason why, when you look at the EMS call density, doesn't change much from the overall, is because 30,000 calls, 60% of those are EMS calls. And those are kind of the areas with where the hospital is and some of our care homes and that sort of thing. Next slide. Section 4, findings and observations. So findings and observations in the report are listed in 5 categories. The first is operations and deployment, and finds that CCFD fire station locations meet all NFPA requirements and recommends more research on the need for an additional fire station on the east side of the train tracks. Next slide. Category 2 is response performance. Dispatch in general has been identified to be a county-wide issue, and I will address that in the recommendations coming up here in just a minute. Category 3 is personnel and staffing. Staffing costs money, and there are budget limitations in every community. In Central County and many of our neighboring communities, fire engines are staffed with 3 firefighters minimum. And you remember, NFPA calls for 4, but the average is 3. So we're well in the ballpark there. And it's very common around the state. Many of those same communities prioritize truck staffing with 4, and I'll address that in the recommendation as well. Next slide. Category 4 is fire stations and facilities. Many of our fire stations are rated fair to poor and need attention. Millbrae, Burlingame, and Hillsborough should consider developing a long-term capital facilities replacement plan to go ahead and take care of those. Next slide. Category 5, miscellaneous findings. Many at all levels are very proud of Central County Fire and the progress we have made since the formation of the JPA in 2004. It was noted that the city leaders are very supportive of Central County Fire Department and excited for the future. Next slide. Section 5, proposed strategies and recommendations. This is kind of the nuts and bolts of the report. So recommendations 1 through 4 all address communications, and more specifically dispatch and response. As we collected the data for this section of the study, it raised some questions. We are addressing all aspects of this section. First, we spoke to our firefighters and shared the data. After this discussion, we identified that the issue with the response and dispatch was not from the efforts of our team. Dispatch in general has been identified to be a county-wide issue. County fire chiefs are working with county public safety communications, Versaterm, our dispatch system, and Tablet Command, our dashboard, to identify and correct these issues. In the short term, we've spoken with our crews. We have placed monitors in every fire station that display incoming calls, as well as we purchase software Continuum, because our report system right now is very difficult to get data out of, and this bolt-on Continuum actually helps us get that data quickly from that. Next slide. 6 in the recommendations address staffing. On the operations side, our ladder truck is staffed with 3. The National Fire Protection Association, or NFPA, recommends 4, and the standard in San Mateo County is 4. We have applied for a FEMA grant, Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response Grant, or SAFER grant, to increase our truck staffing to the NFPA in San Mateo County of 4. The grants are awarded from June 2nd, 2023 through September 30th of 2023 with the results. So we're just anticipating that. And the grant's about $1.8 million. And that would staff the truck for 3 years with a body on each shift. Bring that up to 4. In August of 2021, we conducted a study of our operations battalion chief, which recommended additional administrative staff needs, and this was confirmed with the standard of cover study. Recommendation 13 addresses the main need within CCFD. We should continue to evaluate the gaps in our staffing and address as needed. Next slide. 4 of the recommendations pertain to facilities, and I'll just concentrate on one of those. Recommendation 7 sums up facilities and should be considered by all of our agencies as soon as possible, and that's considering and developing a long-term capital replacement or improvement plan for those facilities. Next slide. 3 of the recommendations are for future planning, and recommendation 20 summarizes the next steps, and the main focus should be to develop a strategic plan and a master plan for Central County Fire Department, and this would include the department's staffing needs. Next slide. The last 3 recommendations have all been included in the upcoming 23-24 budget, and those we talked about those apparatus replacement plan, a capital replacement fund plan, and we're looking at a digital records keeping system. We're busting at the seams with file cabinets, and we want to get rid of paper. So that's actually in the budget for this year. Next slide. Oh, the last slide is, this is already being developed with the establishment of our training chief and our training division. Their first assignment was to go ahead and update our standard operating guidelines for that. So that's under work right now. Next slide. That concludes the presentation. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions or comments, I'd be happy to hear those.
Thank you, Chief. Questions? Councilwoman?
This is great. So much good information and planning. I think one thing that comes to mind for me in the future planning, and not sure if this came up in the discussions, but as we look at all the development that's coming in, both in Burlingame and Millbrae on the east side of El Camino, in terms of life sciences and biotech, higher buildings, more dense buildings, was there discussion of the needs for training and equipment for these new scenarios coming, and operating, budget, staffing, resources for those types of things?
That's actually a really good in-depth question. And yes, you're entirely correct. And this is not just a Millbrae or Burlingame issue with life sciences. It's county-wide. Those buildings are going in all over the place. And some parts of it are a little scary. You don't quite know what they're doing in some of those buildings. But yes, our county training division is actually looking at that. Our internal training division is looking at that now, and they're working on that. And that's also where they came up with the suggestion, maybe we start looking at future facilities more towards the east side of the tracks over there as well. It's really difficult to say, okay, we're doing all this building, so we need a fire station. Not quite that simple. You really got to see what the needs are going to be as those properties are being developed. What's the population? Are they elderly? Are they young? And then, make a educated prediction on what's actually needed out there. And I would assume there'll be a second one of these studies. Department should do these studies about every 5 years. So as we start developing more and more, I think those studies will show that there probably will need a station out there, but not sure of the location.
I think just one other thing to put out there in terms of thinking of Millbrae and that area, the Marina Vista neighborhood only has one way in and out across past El Camino and across train tracks. And then Bayside Manor has 2 ways in, but if anything were to happen to the overpass, we'd only be able to get in on the back end, which is near the 101 freeway. And then if anything were to happen to the overpass at Millbrae Avenue. So we could look at real isolation of the east side if there was, the big one or something like that, and thinking of the planning.
That's a good point. Earlier in my career, when it was just Burlingame, there was a station slated to be on the east, completely on the east side of 101, over on that side because of all the development over there. And I guess the total development didn't pan out and didn't justify it. So they put the station on Rollins Road, which kind of covered more parts of the city than that side of it. But again, I think as we get more development done, we really need to pay attention what's going on, what's going in there, and see what resources we're going to need to take care of that, along with the access to those areas.
Thank you. Councilwoman Pappen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. Some quick questions here. Well, probably not quick. You mentioned dispatch issues, and then I'd like to touch on capital improvements and EV fires. So
the dispatch, what came down there is county purchased a whole new dispatch system. It's called Versiterm. It's a Canadian company that put it in there. And it was a off-the-shelf product that came. Well, it didn't really talk to our dashboard that we have. Didn't really talk to it really quick. That's why we put the monitors in the station right now, because as the calls come in, our dashboard will put a pinpoint where that call was coming in. So you don't get any dispatch at the time, but you see where a call's coming in. You don't really know what the call is. So that gives our crews a heads up to start getting going. And again, county is working with, and the fire chiefs are working with all parties involved right now to kind of work out some of those bugs. And I think it's just because if it's a new system, it took 20 years to get the original system that they got rid of working properly. This one's not going to take that long. In fact, it's made huge strides in the last year. So I think those problems that I was discussing are going to go away. And what was your second question?
well, that's good to hear, because when people called in when the recreation center was accidentally on fire, everybody was like, what's the address? Dispatch said. And people don't know addresses. They just know locations. So that's very helpful. Two more questions here on, first off, EV fires, electric vehicle fires. Any special apparatus needing, or how are we training for those?
So that is the flavor of the month. Right now, they're doing extensive training and planning on that. And right now, actually, a couple of the tow companies are involved, because if we do get one of those fires, apparently it doesn't go out for days because of the batteries. And what they're looking at is these tow companies having a box on it that they can load that car in and fill it with water and then put it in a storage unit to do that. And again, I haven't touched base with our training division, but that's the tendency where it's going with these. I'm surprised it's taken this long to kind of get the heads up on it, but I guess EVs are getting really popular. And, when a firefighter can't put a fire out, it's pretty frustrating. So
Actually, what I've seen recently on the internet are these blankets they put over just to smother it. It's some sort of a big blanket and just.
And I've heard of those, but apparently too, these fires in these EV cars with the batteries, can't smother them and you can't soak them with water. You just kind of keep them cool, and that's why they soak them with water.
Ooh, that's a little scary. Okay, the final question is on the capital improvements here. We're talking about multiple stations. I would hope that if the investment is made, which probably should be at some point in time, but that assumes money falls from the sky, that they are actually more like bigger perspective here. In other words, they provide maybe short-term housing for fire and police. I mean, we have first responders commuting massive hours in and out, and it's built into your plan that they have 96 off, but others, I hope that we can be more visionary if that investment is made, so that we can include first responders and really helping that situation so nobody's driving when they're tired. I don't know if there's been any discussion about that, but I would hope.
I 100% agree with you. And I think, before you just do a knee-jerk reaction and say, let's knock down the station, put another one, that really should study it and see, what would benefit the community. And also, the ambulance companies are also looking at places to stage their ambulances and that sort of thing. So yes, I think we shouldn't be short-sighted, and we should look at all options, if we decide to start replacing some of those stations.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Chief. Very informative. And I think in the last few slides you have, there are some recommendations on modernizing some of the equipments. And then we discussed a little bit about investment, modernizing our fleets, and how these things could be benefit to all of us. And I certainly agree with that. So that leads to the question of, how soon can we look at perhaps some discussions on budget moving forward on some of these improvements? Obviously public safety is a pretty big piece of our pie in terms of our annual budget. So it would be great idea for us to look ahead, right, as to what these investment would be, and what those, fiscal investment would look like. So I think among the three jurisdictions that CCFD serves, we need to look at how, these things will need to be divided up and how to move forward from here. So it would be nice to have these budget discussion early on.
That's a very good point, because when you look at the cost of everything going up in the last 2 years, they've gone crazy. The average fire engine, the last one, I think it was Woodside, don't quote me on that, just paid 1.1 million for a fire engine, and a truck is about 1.4 to 1.5, if not a little bit more. But I think it's, yes, time that we really look at that. And that's why we have the capital fund for apparatus. Right now, we're contributing a little more, but I just don't know if you can keep up with the cost. Over the last year, it went up 20%. So that's a good point.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. This isn't necessarily for you, but for our guest council and our city team, and providing me with some information on representation on the in the JPA leadership and representation and decision-making. Currently, we do not have a seat on the board. So to the council and city manager staff, what does that look like for us to begin to have conversations on having some representation with this JPA when it comes to decision-making?
City Manager, Chief,
Yeah, I think, so a couple of things. I think that this warrants, if the council agrees, placement of this particular item on an upcoming agenda, relatively quick. And then having that discussion with the council, the chief, we can invite in the city manager from Burlingame, who is actually the executive director of CCFD. And then depending on that discussion and conversation, if it's a desire of the council to move forward, send a letter to the CCFD board with our request and get that ball rolling. So I think it's important that we, exactly what you said, that we pursue that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so to your point, I think as we discuss future expenditures and sort of right size all the necessary services into a growing city, right? And we also have the fire assessments coming up. Is it, what timeline is it? It's 2024, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so the current fire assessment does expire in the end of 2024. We plan on going out this year. It's a property-based vote, so it does not have to wait for the normal cycle of an election. We can go out at any time. We're doing some research and some due diligence on that as we speak.
Yeah, so, as I was saying earlier, the earlier we have these discussions about budgeting moving forward, as we look forward to right-sizing all these services for our growing city, and look at all of that together would be a valuable discussion.
thank you, Councilman.
Yeah, Mayor, if I may also, we can work to bring back those funding sources because these capital items, a new station, obviously, station in disrepair. There are funding sources and mechanisms that we can all work together on, all three municipalities actually to adopt those things, but gives more, credence and reason why Millbrae should be part of the organizational structure.
Along that line, one of your slides talked about a study, I guess, of moving from a fire department to a fire district. What do you mean by fire district?
So AP Triton and the gentleman that actually came here to do the site visits, they're from Oregon and Washington. And they were questioning, because they do JPAs up there, but they're put in place for temporary, to kind of get by to the next. So that's why they were like, have you looked into a district? Well, I just kind of arbitrarily Googled it and see what it took. And it's quite a lift to do that. But I mean, you have a lot of, including the state, to approve it. And I don't know if they knew the amount of work that it took to do that. But definitely, I think, there are different ways of doing business. And I think we could do it better. Right now, again, Millbrae doesn't have a place at the table. And I think going forward, I think Millbrae should pursue that.
So city manager, when we come back, I think if that's the consultant, I was on a team up in Sacramento with a bunch of them coming down from Oregon. and I'll have to go check my notes, but let's look at what a fire district means. Let's definitely find out what we need to do for Station 37. I'm glad to see 38 is doing okay. It's basically smaller than so many of the other ones. And then what apparatus we should, I remember when San Bruno got their ladder truck a couple of years ago and how excited, but we have added a lot more tall, very tall buildings. I would point at Burlingame more so than Millbrae, but we're all adding a lot of buildings. So let's make sure we've got the right apparatus on that. To the public, we are going out for the fire assessment. That's how we pay for our fire department. And as someone whose mother has gone out in the ambulance twice in the last month, I am very grateful to the firefighters at 37 and 38 and the immediate response and the ambulance too that took her to the emergency room. So we're getting great service on that. And I think we're not quite in that big dark red spot, but a lot of that, is that because we've got convalescent hospitals, so they're medical calls, or is it because we've got a growing unhoused population that is pulling a lot of calls?
I think it's the first that you mentioned. A lot of our care facilities and everything are right around there, all in Burlingame. They're kind of on that north end. Millbrae kind of on the south end where you have Peninsula Hospital and that sort of thing. That's why 60% of the calls that were medical, that's why that map looked the same as the total call volume is that, and it condenses. And of course, all the apartment buildings and all those things are along there. Usually run those more than single family residential.
Great. Very, very, very grateful to the calls that we've sadly had to have at our house the last month or so on that. I will say that I had an ER trip myself, and trying to get out of the ER that night, 5 hours later, an ambulance was trying to bring in somebody who demanded to go to Stanford on there, and how they had to try to talk him down and get him back in the, there's some issues we need to deal with. And I think we should throw in ambulance on top of that study. And I think the vice mayor is our representative on ambulance. So, go ahead, Gina. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
I
Councilwoman.
have seen the ambulance up at our station on the hill. Are they using our station and are they paying for that use?
No, they were probably just dropping by to say hi. We don't have any ambulances. at our
Social
fire station.
bunch. Okay, thank you.
I'm a former EMT, and I remember in my days trying to find a nice location for the ambulances and for these people that at the time weren't getting much more than minimum wage, that we treat the ambulance folks properly too. So thank you for that. Do I open this up to the public or we move on?
You can open it to public discussion, but
Okay.
that's why they call it Firehouse Chili, by the way. People run up there. But hey, on that point, just for the council, I mean, not to put Mike Conrad on the spot, but Mike has expertise in formation of special districts. So we will also put that on the agenda. I was just talking to see if Mike would be available. We'll try to bring this back on the July 25th agenda for discussion, and we'll also put in information on that formation, just due diligence on a special district and what that would mean and what the process would be if then Burlingame and Hillsborough would be so inclined. So I think that's a very good idea.
Okay, so if there's any, I have no speaker slips up here. One last question. Are we better at our dispatch going down to San Mateo to Redwood City? Or do we want the Burlingame Hillsborough model? I'm a little confused on the 911
The
calls.
countywide dispatch is it's a great system.
Okay.
I mean, lumping it all together. The one thing that the AP Triton did mention is the one deficit that we do have. It's called just CAD to CAD, commuter aided dispatch, and that's from police and fire. Right now, we don't talk really well with police, and their suggestion was that we could probably up our level of service if we start bringing that in, and that all has to do on the dispatch end. So dispatchers don't have to ask all the questions again, they just get it. In fact, one of the advantages of Millbrae contracting with the sheriffs is when we looked at the call volumes overall, the Millbrae calls were processed faster because the 911 calls are going into Burlingame, Hillsborough separately, and they transfer them to county. So, and that's just not us, that's kind of countywide. A lot of departments do that. So, yes.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear, and I'll bring that to Emergency Services Council on that. Do we have any hands raised, City Clerk? I gave them a little bit of time. Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Chief. Great presentation. To the public, you can see the full report, and I would encourage you to go through this to read it.
Thank you. Thank you, Elaine, for all your help. And Eduardo. Thanks, Tom.
Okay, moving on to agenda item number 2. This is agenda overview and staff briefing. City Manager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As you know, I waive the staff agenda overview as you go over that. And I know some of the council members will get into this, but I just wanted to take the liberty during my update to thank the Rotary Club for the Mayor's Cup fundraiser yesterday. I heard they did quite well with their fundraiser, and half of those proceeds go back to the city recreation department and for furniture, fixtures and equipment and solar panel installation for the recreation center. So I'd like to thank the Rotary Club and everyone that volunteered to make that a success. Also, we had a wonderful Juneteenth celebration on Saturday, June 17th. I'm very proud of the city and everyone that participated. Again, I know the council members will and the vice mayor will get into that. But the thing that was fantastic about that was not only the event, but it was the first time that the city and the community college district had come together to partner on something. And it really opened the door. And I hope that we have a lot more opportunity, which I think we do as a result of that, to work with the community colleges. Fantastic staff. As you know, there are a couple of professors from each of the two colleges, Skyline and San Mateo City College. And it was great to open those doors and have that relationship. And then also I'd like to thank the Lions Club for coming out and cooking and providing their time and helping out the community once again. In terms of upcoming events, Friday, June 30th, there's Coffee with the Chief. That's at 9 a.m. at our local Starbucks across the street. Thursday, July 4th, we have our Beats, Brews and Vines starting at 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. So that's our concert downtown at the intersection of Hillcrest and Broadway. There are two great bands that will be performing. Local restaurants, obviously patronize our local restaurants as well as our local merchants. Sunday, July 16th at 12 p.m. is a Millbrae Historical Walk. That information is available on our website and on the Historic Society's website. July 20th, which is a Thursday, we have our long-awaited Skyline water tank ribbon cutting ceremony at 1:30 p.m. So that's a pretty significant ribbon cutting for our water infrastructure system and storage and safety within the community. So Mayor, that's a quick overview, and I know Council will go into more detail on some of these celebrations that we've had. And so I appreciate also the City Council and all of the time and hard work behind the scenes to make these festivals and everything that we're doing for the community a success. So thank you.
Thank you. And City Attorney, report out from closed session.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council met in closed session for 3 items: litigation, real property negotiations, and labor negotiations. There were no reportable actions taken.
Thank you. And before we go to approval of minutes, City Manager, new notes on here. I understand that we have a couple of council members that want to pull agenda item 10 off consent. So if people were speaking on item not on the agenda, pulling item 10 so that it'll be handled like a regular council meeting. And I have a request to continue agenda item number 11, which has to do with One Shoreline and a public right of way, and to bring it back on July 11th. There's just some discussion that needs to happen with the staff of One Shoreline. I'm managed lane before we come back. So just to continue it for 2 weeks. And I believe we can handle that back when we come back to approving consent, or do I need the motion right now
No,
for number 11?
Sorry, Mayor, during the consent calendar
Okay,
items. Yes.
very good. Next up then is approval of minutes. We have no minutes tonight. And then moving on to agenda item number 4. This is oral reports from city committees and commissions. I believe we've got, I know we have. This is for the adoption of fiscal year 2023-2024 Economic Vitality Advisory Committee work plan. And we have Chair Margaret Eng, who is going to present. Is that with staff? So if you would like to join us, if you're presenting, please come on up. Oh, okay.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for having me.
Sometimes that mic is funny so that you can get picked up. There you go.
Can you hear me okay? Okay. My name is Margaret Eng. Chair of Economic Vitality Advisory Committee, AKA EVAC. Thank you for having me here. Elaine, next slide, please. I'm here to present our EVAC committee, and here is a snapshot of all our committee members. We have a total of 9 members, and some of the members are here with me tonight. We do have 1 vacant seat, and for those of you who are interested in serving the city, you're very welcome to apply. Elaine, next slide, please. Here's our mission statement. Our mission is to, EVA is to act as a liaison between the business group and our city. And our goal is, we are sharing a common goal, which is to elevate our city's economic vibrancy and build a robust business climate in the city. Here are the recent accomplishments that we have. We have met with merchants, and we try to understand how our committee will be able to work with the merchant community as well as the city to make our merchants more successful. And we are here to support our new business as well as an existing business through different events, which includes grand opening and other merchant events such as performance and etc. We've also participated in the presentation of the Gateway developer, and also we have connected a number of potential tenants to the developer. The ultimate goal is to fill as many vacant storefronts in that beautiful complex that we have. We have also participated in the presentation of downtown and El Camino's specific plan. We worked with staff to create downtown business surveys in 2021 and 22. We further support staff in working and encouraging downtown business to participate in the Art and Wine Festival. We promote different activities in our city, which includes the Lunar New Year Festival, the Mid-Autumn Festival, the Eats and Booths. The goal is to bring more traffic to our city so that it will have more, we will have more people join our city and spend money in our city. All right, now here I am, I'm presenting the work plan for 23-24, and task number 1 is to compile a complete and current contact list of Millbrae merchants. We want to be able to visit our merchants and become the voice of these merchants. We would like to coordinate all the new business and existing business, such as grand opening and other events that the merchants are having. We, through these activities, we would also update our staff and notify the city that if there are upcoming events coming, we would like the city to help share that information if appropriate. We further wanted to research on the interpretation service, as we have noticed there are a number of non-English speaking merchants that are currently doing business in our city, and we want to be able to help them become their voice. So these are the tasks that we wanted to accomplish as part of task number 1. Next slide, please. Task number 2, we wanted to support the downtown BID development. So we want to provide recommendations and feedback about the partner program and the parking management program. There are times we understand parking can be challenged during busy hours. So we want to focus and help get the ease of the parking management plan. And we also want to serve as a resource to facilitate feedbacks from the merchant. That's why we will be ongoing. We'll be having ongoing quarterly meetings with merchants to understand how we can help them to be more successful. We also wanted to help support the recent initiative, which is the study of the storefront. We wanted to serve as a resource for the building owner and also help improve the building storefront, also how to improve the storefronts. And through our meetings with the merchants, there are a number of them have actually mentioned that they do want to have an association that they can work and collaborate together. So we told them about the chamber. However, they did mention that they don't know where the chamber is and they don't know who to contact. So they feel that they need to have a certain support from the business association. So as a result, we do want to review the chamber's role and see how, where they can support the business community. So that's task number 2. Elaine, task number 3. Okay, so the third task is to help promote a city to SFO. We did talk to a number of merchants and they mentioned about having a bus pilot program from SFO to our downtown. Now we know that in Burlingame, they have such program exists already. And we wanted to see if this can be implemented in Millbrae. A number of the merchants did mention that they can have the shuttle be at a pickup location at their storefront or their parking lot. So we will make some study and make a recommendation to council down the road. Now, knowing that this pilot program can be costly, we do want to do some research about the funding opportunities. There are thoughts that we come up with. Maybe we could go into like seek fundings from PCE, MTC, or private entity like Lucent Park. We can do some partnership with them. We'll do further study and we'll do further research and come back to council about this. Besides marketing to Millbrae to SFO, we also wanted to market to other travelers in BART station. So we would like to put some signage or banners around SFO or BART station so that more people would know about our city. Overall, our goal is to really promote our city to SFO or other people, others in different cities. And this concludes my presentation to councils. Thank you for your time. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Councilwoman Pappen.
Thank you. As the liaison, Madam Chair, this is a very hardworking group. And they are very engaged in the businesses, as we know from downtown here. I did, because I missed the last meeting due to a conflict, the team to schedule it at the same time. But I would like to encourage our organization to reach out. The car show is coming up, and engaging the businesses during that time frame, I think, is really important, so that they can make some more revenue as this progresses here. It would be really beneficial to all those who show up for the car show too. So that would be a great opportunity for all of us. And I know, when is it? Just a few weeks or about a
19th.
month?
August 19th.
August 19th. So that would be great. And I want to thank you all for your hard work and efforts.
Of course. Thank you for the suggestion.
Councilman?
Yes. Thank you. Lots of work has gone on last year with the EVAC. I personally have witnessed and also attended some of the organized community meetings with the business community, bring all the business community together. At least participated in 2 of those meetings earlier this year. Have an opportunity to listen to the business owners, how we can be more helpful as a city, between all the services that we offer, between safety and permitting and just enabling folks to be more successful in Millbrae. So thank you for all you do there. Also, thank you for the effort in bringing additional business to our city. Participated in the grand opening of Golden Bank just last week. They've opened for a little while now, but they have a joint grand opening between the Cemetel here, County, which is Millbrae branch. There's one, they open in Fremont in Alameda County, and also one in Cupertino, which is in Santa Clara County. It's nice to see new businesses flourishing here in Millbrae. So between Golden Bang, Yen Peninsula, new music studio, Music Land, and Upon Your Food. I mean, all these new businesses that just keep coming up here in Millbrae as we continue to ensure everyone has a pathway to success, you know, within our business community here in Millbrae. So thank you very much for all you do, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Angie.
Thank you. I will echo as others have said that you can tell a lot of hard work and thoughtfulness went into this plan. One suggestion I had is task number 2 is around the building and supporting the business improvement district. And there's a lot of wonderful actions under there, but maybe some actions specifically working towards the business improvement district. Some of the things might be, you know, facilitating the engagement. This is something we'll need the businesses to vote on. So getting their involvement, assessing how much interest there is from our businesses, and getting a sense of what they would really like the district to focus on, maybe some type of survey or focus groups around what their priorities are, whether it's safety, marketing, sidewalk improvement, things like that. That'll really help us develop that plan and support the city's work on that.
Yes, thank you for the suggestion. Actually, we've done that. We had a survey in 21, 22, and we've actually, like our committee members, a few of us walked through the entire city just to get an idea from the merchants, how they would want to see if we were going to have a new BID. So that has been undergoing, and it's an ongoing effort that we're working on.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
I had one other question. There was just a couple differences in the bullet points in the slides from the version we got in the staff report. So as we vote tonight, is it matter which one we're focusing on? No.
I think that's an excellent point. I too saw some things that I could not vote for in the staff report, but could vote for in the presentation.
Yeah, but as a procedural point, if it's different on the PowerPoint than what was submitted by the EVAC, I would suggest that if you would like to amend this more towards the PowerPoint, that it has to go back to the EVAC board for consideration, because then you're hearing from, you know, it's the EVAC committee that votes on this to bring this forth to the city council. And so to change it, I would recommend, if you do have changes, then take those changes, take it back to EVAC, have the EVAC committee review it, re-adopt it, and send those revisions back. That is the proper way to do it.
Thank you, City Manager. Anything else? So a couple of questions then. Under task 1 on the slides, if we could go back to task 1. Love the idea of coordinating for new businesses and grand openings, but I'm worried about duplication with staff. So a new business comes in, they work with community development, our PIO works on the event. So how would EVAC, how are we going to make sure that we're not putting a double workload on staff? The other difference with this work plan and the newer versions of work plans is they identify the staff person who will be helping with each task. So this is much more like our previous work plans, which were fine. But I do like the fact that in the other work plans, staff is identified, staff hours are identified, and it helps staff know what they're getting themselves into or if we're stretching too far. I personally think that your most important thing is the business improvement district. Hands above. If we can get that done, we can really start investing in downtown for everybody on there. So when I looked at it, you've got lots of great things in there, but I'm just a little bit confused. So again, with the grand openings, to me but staff, correct me if you think that that's better an EVAC position for all businesses, or is that something that comes through to community development because they know when those use permits are going to come live. They know when the business license has been taken out. So I think maybe we should invite you, EVAC should be part of it, but I don't know if you have to take on all the work.
Well, if it's a choice that we can make, we love to interact with new business, whether it's new business or existing business, right? So I remember this is during pandemic when the Millbrae hardware store, we opened it off. All of our committee members, including our liaison, Gina, we suggest each other we suggest to each other that during our meeting, we want to go out and greet the new merchants, just so that they can feel that someone here from the city, whether it's staff or a volunteer myself, is here to greet them so that they know we care, we welcome their business.
Right, and I think that's lovely, but I think it's different than a grand opening like what happened at the Gateway or a ribbon cutting or a groundbreaking. I'm just worried that we're crossing over. So another one under task 3, I absolutely support getting a shuttle bus. And, but I'm not sure which of our committee structures, and I lost in goal setting of us looking at our committees and commissions and seeing where certain things should be fleshed out. I mean, personally, I would love to see us have a circulation, transportation, bike, pedestrian committee, and the shuttle would fit there because the person who writes the grant staffs that committee. So some of this is why that line of who's staffing what comes in really helpful. And maybe, but I'm also a firm believer that if Millbrae's bike pedestrian is also working on shuttle and EVAC wants to partner with it, great. We just have to figure out how to make that pathway work.
Okay, we welcome suggestions, but these are ideas that we have. But if it need to be structured under a certain category of the initiative that council has, we welcome to tie it with the council initiative.
Well, just every task that we're approving tonight usually has a dollar attached to it and definitely staff time. And then usually a process attached to it. And I think we're still learning on there. In terms of going out to PCE, I think that's great. Finding grant opportunities. However, you mentioned Lucid, which is a private company, and I would hate to have all the EVAC committees, if they manage to get some funding from a private company, don't they all have to do a Form 700? City manager, the same way a city council member would have to do a Form 700 because they've solicited a donation to an entity.
I mean, that's a legal question. I'm going to refer.
So
Our city
this
It's
is
not a Form 700. There's a concern with a behested donation. So yeah, we could advise on that.
so.
We'll work with the committee and
Yeah.
make sure that.
Okay, so, and again, with the banners, I think that's great. Having been through SFO, a lot of their banner opportunities are gone. They've redesigned their airport so much that it's not like the old days where you came out and they had every hotel listed and you could press a button. But I think it's definitely worth looking in there. And then I guess my last concern on this is you mentioned 2 meetings that EVAC held, but I thought that those were Millbrae Cultural Committee events.
No, we work with them together. We EVAC members were there as well. Half of EVAC members were there to attend the meeting with city leaders. City Manager Williams was there. Council members were there. So it's more like a community event versus a Millbrae Cultural Committee.
And I
event.
understand that, but I'm concerned about, you're a city committee, you've got a nonprofit agency, and you're working with businesses, which typically become yet another form of a 501c3. So I would love to support the work plan. There's lots of great stuff in it, but I can't vote for things that don't seem to have a staffer assigned to it, a dollar amount, and understanding if Form 700s have to be done, which is a financial accounting form, or if you're partnering with a C6, if we've made sure that that's legal, that none of you are going to get in trouble for that. The city's not going to get in trouble. There's just a lot of gray areas here.
Yeah, just real quick. So for the record, that was not a city sanctioned group. It was MCC, but we were invited and participate like we do. We're a community economic development. So when we're invited somewhere, we do participate. But I think the work plan, collaboration with other committees, Chamber of Commerce, et cetera, I think is as I'm hearing, that's what the objective is.
So then the item should be rewritten to say to collaborate with various community groups for the benefit of small business or on that line.
If I may make a suggestion, I think it's great that we have committee members who are collaborating with different business organizations and local businesses and nonprofits to make our downtown better. I think perhaps one suggestions or takeaway is to try to identify resources that's required as part of your work plan, whether it's staff or budget. If there is a budget that you need, ask. Let us know how we could be helpful as a city to help improve and make your job a little bit more easier. And sometimes it takes just extra time from either our staff member or budgeting perspective to make your job as a committee more successful. So don't be afraid to ask.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. We do have a budget that we wanted to present. I don't know if this is the right time to present because when we have ongoing meeting with merchants, as we're gonna have quarter meeting, we will need to have certain, say, refreshment to invite the merchants here. So my understanding when talking with staff is that it might come out of the Community Development Fund, or is it, do we ask right here? So I don't know, maybe I should get some guidance from council right now.
Hold on, because I'm the one that brought this up. So if you look at the Culture Arts Advisory Committee and the way their work plan has evolved over the last couple of years, each work plan item has a staff or a lead of the MCAC, and there's a dollar amount. So I know in your documentation, you asked for $500. That's great. But if you wanted to say you have 4 meetings a year and you need refreshments in a meeting location, I think that's fantastic. Put a dollar amount on it.
Okay.
Because I don't think $500 is enough for everything you put in what you'd like to do. So I think I want to support your work plan, but if you were to take it back, work it a little bit more and bring it in July and identify those things like the other work plans that we've approved, you're going to have a much easier year to structure all of your activities.
Okay.
That's just
Oh, excuse me.
because this work plan looks different than all of our other work plans.
And yes, we had a change in staff midstream here, so I think that's part of our issue.
And let me be clear of what this is and what it isn't. This is not a community development. This is a committee that volunteers their time that makes recommendations to the council. Staff augments, we support, but we also have our own work plans, our own economic development goals, our own land development goals. You know, the 850,000 square feet coming out of the ground in biotech. So this is a committee that their function is to provide recommendations to the city council on policy. And I don't think we should maybe ratchet that back in and redefine what all of our committees are. They're not policymakers. They simply are the eyes and ears out in the community that makes recommendation on policy to the city council.
And again, just to add to that, looking at MCAC's work plan, it'll say which of their members are assigned to things. And then occasionally it'll say staff. So it does break down the workload. It gives everybody an idea of who's responsible for what. But if we want their help with BID, then we need to give them BID resources.
I think we're confusing what this is.
Except it's in their tasks. So
That they created. And so I think what we're hearing from the city manager is they have direction from city council to do something around that task that this committee is making their task. There needs to be some coordination. There should be a staff person that's coordinating whatever their task is being proposed, and that it's aligned with the city's already work and that it's not mudding up their work. Is that clear? I mean, that's what I'm hearing.
it is,
That we
and it's
just have to
aligned
make
with council
sure
goals.
that there should be a limit to the expectations of this committee and that it doesn't interfere with what the city is already being directed to do by this council.
Yep.
So I think that's what I think the direction is, that go back and have the conversation and see how things align. If there are some opportunities to add to the budget that doesn't interfere with the work that's already being directed to our staff, that it's clear before it's presented back to us.
I believe when we were voting on 3 tasks, we were actually voted based on the latest initiative the council has. So it is aligned with the council's latest initiative.
If I might.
Yes.
Yes, I think we're heading in a direction here. So I think the council needs clarification here. And Madam Mayor, this group is really trying to support the goals of the city here. And the report can be much clearer that, of course, we don't want to contradict anything that staff is doing here. And once again, we've had a different staff person assigned here. So I think this can be cleared up very easily. This group is working very hard to help promote the goals established by the council. And I apologize that this wasn't made more clear. We can easily do that in moving forward here, because this group really does have business people involved. They're part of the group. They actively support the businesses here. So they are on the right track. Which will just make it clearer as we go forward here. And again, we'll just make it clear as to what they're doing here, but they are doing exactly what this council has stated when we set our goals.
So Councilwoman, do you mean you want us to vote on it as it is, or you want them to come back in 2 weeks?
Whichever you prefer here. I mean, there seems to be some confusion, which can easily be cleared up, but yeah, they are not trying to take staff time. They are really trying to aid staff in moving forward here. That's all they've done. It really hasn't taken up staff time. The liaison is there. They inform the committee as to what the city is doing here, and they have taken it upon themselves to help support those by really walking the streets, talking to the businesses where staff doesn't have a lot of time to do that. So they're on the right page here. If it's not described appropriately, we can clean that up.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think maybe you're reading this as maybe the committee's providing us tasks. It's kind of the opposite when we implement it, is we use the committee, as was just stated, as a resource, business surveying, business outreach, an afternoon of knocking on the doors of our local business community to, find out what their needs are, provide information, obtain information. And now as we get out of 3 years of, COVID, and we all don't have to repeat that history. I mean, it was tough times the last 3 years. And now we're kind of, moving forward. The council approved the formation of the BID. We have a contract coming to the city council at the next meeting for New City America to get that started again. And so I think it's more of an augmentation that the committee and the resources would use to help us. Not that they would take the lead, not that they would do the work, but we would provide them with tasks for augmentation to what we need to achieve the objectives of our work plan.
And the goal is to make recommendation to council. We understand there isn't any decision making in our committee. We are here to act as a liaison between the merchants and our city.
And again, I think there's great things here. I would like all of our committee and commissions documents to have a similar look to them. That's why we went through the process of creating the work plans to begin with and then modifying the work plans over years. This one's just an older style. So I'm still, Tom, come back in 2 weeks. Or if you guys want to vote for it tonight, I cannot vote for it when I'm not clear on everything.
Well, they're just asking for $500. So I don't know if that has changed. I don't believe that there's a request for more than. Well, that's.
City clerk, yes.
I would just
okay.
say, look, what I said earlier, I just think it's, if there are changes in the work plan, if I was a committee member, and I think it's in our protocols, that if there are changes, and that should go back, significant changes, it should go back to the full committee to make sure that the committee members that you've selected that provide recommendations to the city council are all on board, or at least a majority of the committee members are on board. If there are significant changes, we can discuss the PowerPoint versus what's in here. You know, they may not be significant, but I think I'd like to hear from the council on that.
I think they're two different documents, so it's tough to vote when you've got two different documents in front of it. I have no
And
problem
that's
giving
okay.
them
I mean,
$500.
Again, I think what we do is we struggle right now, and I'm going to take the liberty to say, you know, call for the question. And if there are 3 votes, then move it
I
forward.
do
If there are
have
not,
one
then
public comment.
yeah, but I mean,
Okay.
we
All right,
need
All
to
right.
move on.
okay. Public comment, Alice Kwong. And do we have anybody online? Alice, if you could please go to the mic.
Thank you, Margaret, and thank you for all pay attention to the Economic Vitality Commissioner. I'm one of the member, and I believe when I try to apply and get the interview, I try to use my best knowledge, and I thought I can try my time, valuable time, to work for the community. That's my goal. But tonight, I find the questions let me feel very bad. And just like the MCC and Economic Vitality member, what's wrong? We are all volunteer. I'm the board member of Economic Vitality Commissioner, and also I'm the founder of MCC. What's wrong? I believe you all have a titles, right? And the second, I all clear. We are the communicator between whatever the message, the agenda from our members meeting, and try to share and clear if any possibility to help our community merchants to improving and do the better business. And all those will be create more tasks for the cities. That's all about. Please understand that. And it's all volunteer. I believe, I always say, I can say loud, no people can hire me by hourly rate. That's my personal value. But I can do volunteer without any pay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there a motion then?
Yes, I would like to move approval of this proposal, the plan proposal here. I mean, they're absolutely, support market. I don't see anything that's inconsistent at all with our goals. And I would love to see the committee move ahead as quickly as possible here, because we do need outreach to our businesses, and that's exactly what they've been doing. So I would hope that, although it's not the standard which the mayor is used to seeing here, believe me, the next one will be, and we'll have to standardize that with the city. But
It has been standardized. Every other committee is like that.
well, again,
Gina, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna rely on staff here that there was a changeover, and I'm sorry that that happened. So I would like to move approval of this plan.
Motion? Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Discussion?
I think just are we voting on the PowerPoint or are we voting on the staff report? And that's
Councilwoman?
just my concern, because I do have concerns about a couple things that are in the version in the staff report. And then also, if you would like to, it sounds like maybe you all were going to ask for this amount of money now and maybe come back and ask for more later when other things happen. But if you all want to be able to ask for more upfront, I know just because I worked with the Park and Rec Commission on theirs, they asked for some more upfront for celebrations of the park openings after the remodels. So there's an example you could look at if you guys want to take this as an opportunity to update it and ask for more money.
I think that was recommended by the council. I don't think the committee was asking for additional funding. I'd be happy if the council is more comfortable to move the PowerPoint EVAC work plan forward. As I said, I just think it's important that the hard work they've put in at this point continues sooner rather than later. So
Thank
I
you.
will clarify my motion, and hopefully the
Thank you.
second will take that.
Yes.
Okay, any further discussion? So the
Mayor.
vote is on the PowerPoint.
For discussion purposes, Mr. Andy Mogens, our Community Development Director, is here to address any of the fiscal impact or budget issues.
Good evening,
For the
Madam
knowledge of
Mayor,
the-
members of the council. I just wanted to point out that from time to time, and as you know, in community development, we help with a number of committees here at the city. We do get requests for funding. But when the funding is a token amount like petty cash quantities, we just say, well, we can cover that with our own budget. So the amount that EVAC brought up tonight for like drinks and snacks at meetings, that's what I would consider petty cash. That's the kind of amount of money that we can cover out of our department budget. It's not something that would require a special budget item exclusive to this committee because it's such a small dollar amount. So I just wanted to clarify that when it comes to funding for these committees, that if they ask you for funding and it's such a small amount, it's really not worth we have budget for that in our department.
Thank you.
Cover that. For them.
But Andy, relative to, to addressing the council member's question, will this committee come back for additional funding? A lot of that is worked in with our economic development budget that's already adopted. So
That's
I'd like you
correct.
to address that.
That's right. We already have so many of these projects already budgeted, as you know, in the city's budget, that it's not exclusive to this committee. So there's no need for those to come back because they're already covered.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right.
That's very helpful.
You're okay? Okay. Thank you. So no further comments? Call the question.
Councilmember Pappen,
Yes.
Councilmember Kalen,
Yes.
Councilmember Fung,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman, Mayor Snyder.
Aye.
Aye.
The council approved the fiscal year 2023-2024 Economic Vitality Committee work plan as presented in the presentation. Motion passed by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is public communication for items not on the agenda. I do have one speaker, John Muniz. Oh. Number 4. I'll check. Well,
Thank you, Mayor, Council.
I found it. I'm sorry, John. We're going to start you all over. Hold on. Looking for the clock. We need the city clerk. We got it. Okay, go ahead. Mr. Muniz.
Thank you. John Muniz, I'm going to read this speech. I read this speech with the San Mateo supervisors 2 weeks ago, and I'm going to repeat it here again today for Millbrae. John Muniz, retired 28-year resident of Millbrae. I stand with the Millbrae taxpayers in opposition to any takeover by the San Mateo County or any other entity of the La Quinta Inn or any other hotel or motel in Millbrae for the purpose of conversion to an unhoused transition facility or home key housing. In the case of the La Quinta, Millbrae receives $600,000 transit-oriented tax, which goes directly into the general fund. Also, the property tax will be lost. Will the county pay the impact fees for these hotel conversions? That's a question. Soon Millbrae will lose the El Rancho Inn property and no hotel will be built on that property. Therefore, the city will suffer more lost revenue. Millbrae has no way to recoup hotel TOT lost revenue. This could lead to the reduced city services such as street repair, police and fire, recreation services, and the possibility of city layoffs. Millbrae is just emerging from the pandemic and is in the process of rebuilding the economic vitality of the city. Our hotel revenue is one of the largest contributors to the general fund, and this revenue is vital to support city services to the public. Millbrae is not land rich. Our Millbrae tax base is exceedingly small compared to other cities on the peninsula, and we must rely on a steady stream of hotel revenue to grow and prosper as the transit hub of the peninsula. I feel Millbrae is always the victim of state and county overreach, and I personally have had enough of it. Please sign the petition, change.org. Defend Millbrae's future. Stand strong against repurposing the La Quinta Inn. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muniz. Okay. Ron Raquel, and after that, Alice Kwong.
Good evening, City Council members. Ron Raquel again. Thank you for letting me speak. Hopefully this will be the last time I address this issue of Millbrae Avenue. I'm going to submit an email to you tonight with all the signatures that I have ascertained. There's over 300 signatures. And I think this is ample evidence that this does need to be addressed and that cannot be washed aside. Public safety is of great concern and it is, I've heard from many other people in the general area that safety along the Millbrae Avenue corridor going up towards Ashton is also a hot spot. But first things first, I believe that Millbrae Avenue and Magnolia is of utmost importance. And I would like to thank Armando for his support, and he's going to be submitting his grant appeal this week, and he will be getting signatures in his email too. And I hope to engage with you later with this topic. And I appreciate your help and concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raquel. Ms. Kwong.
Again, since December 13, I think now I get more time to take up 2 times. But anyway, the same subject. Thank you for John. This gentleman has been spending a lot of time and concerning and letting people knowing what things going on in Millbrae. Simple things. Millbrae is a very small city. I'm senior already, honestly. And we want our city to continue strong and safe. But without money, how we can say our city can be strong? Millbrae is LLC, the same age as mine. So if Millbrae doesn't have enough income, we can get bankruptcy, right? Then who's lost? We all here. We all living here, right? And 1 year, they can simply who's in the board supervisor to buy the property in Millbrae. Next year, they're sit off. Who's going to be responsible for Millbrae? Nobody. But I've been living here for a long time. Peace. And we have a petition on the side of, please, I want to see you guys signature. If you do want to protect Millbrae, because it's income. Without income, will be another hunky person. And Millbrae, the whole Millbrae will bankruptcy. Nobody offer it. I'm old already. I cannot move to any other city. So here's my hometown. Please protect our hometown. We're very small cities. All our labor, include all you, it's like negative. We need to work together and help our community. It's not just hotel tax. Also, those people come to visit and spend money on the property tax. Person go to the school, and school will be not enough funding. Who is suffering? It's another generation. Honestly, I can get enough for my meal, but it's not just myself, it's the whole community. I would like to see if you guys want to sign for the petition, but otherwise, share your opinion in the petition. Why you don't sign for it? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kwong. Any further, I have no other slips. Anybody online? One.
Michael Kelly, you're being unmuted. Please go ahead and start speaking.
Hello and good evening. Michael Kelly, I am one of the co-founders of the Millbrae Anti-Racist Coalition. I had the opportunity to speak a couple of weeks ago at the event around what Millbrae ARC is and what it isn't. And on that topic, I wanted to clarify a couple of things. In my position that Millbrae ARC is not a political organization, I went on and used a reference referring to Councilwoman Pappen that was mistaken. I implied that she was personally responsible for the banners that were placed on City Hall celebrating AAPI Heritage Month for being pulled down. And I came to realize, I came to understand that was not an accurate statement. So Councilwoman Pappen, I would like to apologize to you for that inaccuracy. It was not intentional, but now that I realize it's wrong, I want to own that and let you know that that I do apologize. My concern is that the partnership that Millbrae Arc has had with the city historically was so positive, and it's not in the same state now. So that was just something I wanted to, again, be consistent in setting the record straight. If I get something wrong, I'm absolutely going to own it. So I hope you accept my apology. The next item I would like to ask of City Council, I brought this up about 6 months ago when this council formed, is that we still in Millbrae do not have a land acknowledgement of the Ohlone Ramaytush people whose ancestral land we live on. It's unceded land. This is such low-hanging fruit. I can't think of anyone that would object to this. I don't understand why it hasn't happened. If we can make some kind of formal request of council to put this on the agenda to have the discussion, I think everyone would benefit. Our current residents, the people that lived here before us, time immemorial. It just is something that I'm going to ask one more time, because it's been 6 months. Whatever legacy our current mayor wants to leave in her last 6 months, this would be an easy one to chalk up a win on that topic. So thank you for your consideration. If anyone needs insight, ARO, the Association of Ramaytush Ohlone, have samples of what some good land acknowledgements can be. So we don't even have to get overly creative. There's a lot of good ideas. I hope the council can act on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I am Niwa Cheng, and then if there's anybody else, this is last call for items not on the agenda.
Hi, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the council members. How are you? My name is Nianhua Chen. I'm the Millbrae resident for about 23 years, 24 years. And recently I met a neighbor who just moved from San Francisco to Millbrae a couple months ago. And the main reason, they told me that the main reason they moved out from San Francisco was because they were tired of facing the homeless issues, drug issues, and safety problem in San Francisco. So they moved to Millbrae to pursue a better living environment. And so they felt frustrated and worrisome when they learned about the hotel within their neighborhood will be converted for unhoused people. And so they don't want to see Millbrae to become another San Francisco. So here I share their concerns with you because their thoughts is just an example of other residents who share the same concerns. And in the past 30, 40 years, I know that because I work in San Francisco HSA for 30 years, I know that millions of dollars have been spent in helping homeless people in San Francisco. However, we can see those resources provided for homeless people in San Francisco did not solve the problem. And in fact, the problems have been getting worse when the government and the community provided more resources, because those resources attracted a lot of homeless people from outside San Francisco, outside California to move in to gather resources. So I think that in order to solve the homeless issue, the government needs to set up good policies to solve the substance abuse issue, drug issue, mental health issue, and the permanent housing, and to provide job opportunities. And Millbrae is really a small city comparing to San Francisco. So please consider seriously if we really can't afford to accommodate hundreds of homeless people who are not originally from Millbrae. And where can Millbrae get money to cover the loss of the hotel income tax when the hotel is sold? So to oppose the conversion of the hotel does not mean we are not compassionate to those people in need.
Actually, we want to make sure that Millbrae is a safe, clean, and financially strong city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chang. Okay, closing public comment. City Manager, I had meant to bring this up earlier. The La Quinta event activity is going to come up as a staff report on July 11th. No? That's what we talked about earlier as an
No,
informational item.
What we talked about, Mayor, is if there is consensus tonight that you asked it to be placed
Oh.
on the agenda for discussion.
So we have to
and
do
it's
that at
consensus,
council comment.
Or not. Yeah, no, but
At
this
council
is not a city project. And for the benefit of the community, the council can't respond because it's not on the agenda. If it's the pleasure of the council to place it on the agenda for discussion, we can do that or not. It's a county project.
It was a question of when to solicit all five of us, whether to put it on a future agenda.
I think that's appropriate. If
Can we do it
majority
right
of the
now?
council would like to put it on as an
Okay.
information item, we can certainly do that.
Informational item. Yeah. Which I tried to do all week, but it's
Yeah,
process. So.
But Mayor,
do
for
I
the
have hands
record,
up?
no,
Do we want
Mayor,
to Just come back to
Mayor,
council.
if I may,
Council,
if I may, for the record, Mayor, because these meetings have got to have, I sent a video. They have to have some control. I can't place things on the agenda. Well, I can. Every council member can request something be placed on the
Except me.
agenda.
When I request, it doesn't seem to happen, Tom. I've requested that this show up. You told me I needed council support. So if this is not the right time, I'll bring it up under council comments.
Okay, if I may, for the record, under the protocols, any council member can request that any item be placed on the agenda. Upon agenda review, it is the mayor's privilege to say yay or nay on that agenda item, but no longer than 60 days. Because of the sensitivity of this item, and it's not city business, it is a county item. I had recommended that perhaps if you'd like to bring it forward, if there's consensus of your fellow council members this evening to place it as an information item, it's a good thing to look for consensus. If not, then we'll continue to work through the county process. That's all.
And to my point, I was saying that this would be an appropriate time without discussing the item or responding to the public comment that you can ask for.
To direct staff to place it on the agenda.
Yeah,
And if
exactly.
there's
Here I am
concurrence, then
again.
Yes.
This is attempt number 3. Council, would you like to see this come forward? I would.
Yes.
Okay, I got 2. I need a 3. I got 3. Next council agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this, and with that, is this something we could have someone from the county come present on as part of the informational item, or is that?
We will certainly ask now if that's an objective of the council and say, Mr. Callagher, a representative is not available that evening, then we can find out when they are available. But I believe that, we will request and try to get either Mr. Callagher here or representatives of the county here to address any questions that you may have.
Thank you.
For sure.
Okay, moving on. Public communication is closed. Moving on to consent calendar. Consent calendar, item number 5. Receive and file monthly general fund financial report for the period ending May 31st, 2023. This is an informational item. Agenda item number 6, adoption of a resolution of the Millbrae City Council establishing the appropriations limit for fiscal year 23-24. It's an action. Number 7, adoption of a resolution authorizing the city manager or designee to 1, execute an amendment to the contract with Stepford Inc. to add 2 one-year options and exercise such options for information technology support and related services in an amount not to exceed $150,000 per year for base services and amount not to exceed $50,000 per year for additional services over the 2-year option period for July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2025. And number 2, authorize purchases of software, hardware, related technology items from Stepford Inc. in a total amount not to exceed $150,000 per contract year. Number 3, increase the current fiscal year 22-23 authorization for the purchase of software, hardware, and related technology items from Stepford Inc. in a total amount not to exceed $150,000. And 4, execute the necessary agreements or addenda. This is an action item. Number 8, waive the second reading and adopt an ordinance amending the Millbrae Municipal Code, Chapter 2.10.070 regarding membership on the Park and Recs Commission. Action item. Agenda item number 9, council consideration to recess the month of August 2023. Action. Agenda item number 10 has been requested to be pulled for discussion. Item 10 is adoption of a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Environmental Justice Solutions in an amount not to exceed $185,000 for the development of a social equity plan. It's an action item. And finally, agenda item number 11, which I would like continued to the next month, but I need a 3-person vote on that. Adoption of a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a license agreement for 101 Express Lane toll system facilities within the city of Millbrae's right of way. So with that, I would like to have 10 pulled and request a motion to continue item 11.
So moved.
Thank you.
Just want to clarify, the motion is to pull 10, continue 11, and then
Come back and approve the other consent items.
just those two, just 10 and 11.
Correct.
Yep, I'll second the polling of number 10 and continuing number 11.
Thank you. Any discussion? Call the question, please. City clerk for 10 and 11.
Councilmember Pappen,
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan. Aye. Councilmember Fung,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman,
Aye.
Mayor Snyder.
Aye.
The motion to pull consent item number 10 and continue item number 11 to July 11th, 2023 City Council meeting approved by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. And now if I could have a motion for the items that I read, and we don't have to repeat them, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
So move.
Second.
Thank you, Councilman and Councilwoman. Any discussion? Please call the vote.
Councilmember Pappen,
Yes.
Councilman Cahalan. Aye. Councilmember Fung,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman,
Aye.
Mayor Snyder.
Aye.
Consent item calendar except item number 10 and 11 passed by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. And for item number 10, would staff like a presentation, or Councilwoman Pappen, would you just like to ask questions? I have a couple of questions too. So staff, is there a presentation? It was a lovely staff report full of great information.
Yeah, so the standard item, like we usually have contracts on the agenda. But just very briefly to brief the city council, this is a request to enter into an agreement with Environmental Justice Solution to prepare a couple of things within their tasks. One is formation of a committee that will help identify needs and form a strategic plan for social equity within the city. The $185,000 allocation, about $165,000 is allocated to Environmental Justice Solutions for their work. And this is a 1.5 year program. So it's not, I just want to bring the council's attention, this is not a year budget, it's actually a 1.5 year budget. And rounded up, I think it's 19,800, but 20,000 rounded up for a stipend that would be passed through as EJ Solutions manages this process for us. That money would be passed through. It was identified with previous consultants that had presented work plans to the city, working with EJ Solutions on formation or evolution of this contract and scope, that it's appropriate to provide a stipend for those members that would be selected for the committee for babysitting, those types of services, so they don't have to be burdened with any additional expenditures or resources to participate in the committee. And so that is how the budget is allocated. In terms of the firm description, it's in the attached staff report. The project team, Maribel Tobias, she's a principal of the firm owner. She's also an attorney, highly skilled, and our project team that she provides, highly educated, highly experienced in formation of social equity programs, not only the planning effort and strategic plan, but also implementation. It's a multicultural organization, fluent in many languages that serve the needs of the city of Millbrae, in terms of Chinese spoken language, Spanish spoken language, Tagalog. There's no concern. They provide the expertise and the skill set and also for interpretation for language, both written and verbal. So as you go through the project overview, there's a series of tasks. It lays out their approach. First and foremost is in August, council would adopt a social equity framework. If we get AJ Solutions under contract, they would prepare that and bring it back to the council. Then there would be a recruitment process to obtain. And again, this was the direction of the city council several months ago to not make this selection political, but have an outside consultant provide their expertise for selection of the committee. So once EJ Solutions does their work, they form the committee. We would bring that actually to the city council for approval, formation of the social equity committee. And then there's visioning and goal setting. There are 2 meetings per month in the scope of work for community engagement and formation of what will become the strategic plan. So a lot of data collection and analysis, the solution development. So very community-based, solution-oriented. Then the first draft of the plan. There's a town hall, a couple of town halls that not only the committee, we would bring that out to the community for review and feedback, and then ultimately develop the final plan. So, you know, in a review, the task, the scope, the project team, I don't think there's anyone better out there than EJ Solutions that we could recommend. Getting to know the principal and the firm over the last several months, actually going on almost 6 months now. I'm, you know, very confident in recommending this firm and this work plan. And I think it meets the direction of the city council back in February of being independent, not being political, and staying focused on what the charge is.
Thank you, City Manager. Councilman Pappen.
Thank you very much. No doubt, highly qualified group here. Love the fact that it's a women's own group too. Clarification on Exhibit A. I'm hoping the vision doesn't take till 2035. I would say that's a typo. For the record?
Yeah, for the record. So this is a 1.5 year contract.
So it should be Vision 20.
Let me just double check, because this is a future forward-looking, you know, decades document. So specifically, council member, are you looking on what page?
It's on.
It's the cover
your
page.
Picture page here, Exhibit A, number 1. You've got Vision 2035, and then down below it says August 2023 through March 2025.
No, I don't think the Vision 2035 is a typo. I think that is forward thinking on the strategic plan and, you know, the decades plus that it would be implemented. So I think that what the vision here is that it's forward thinking. It's not just a 6 month or a 1 year or 2 year or 3 years. It's short term, midterm, and long term objectives within the plan that the team would be putting together.
Just didn't want to give the impression you were going to take that long.
No, it's not, not taking that long, but it's the horizon, right? It's
Okay.
forward thinking.
Secondarily, again, it's a great plan here. I am concerned about number 2, council appointing before number 3 and 4 happen. So I will leave that to the experts, but I really think the community engagement, community needs assessment, or the, at least the community needs assessment and possibly the solutions development would occur prior to. I mean, the goal really here is to not make this political. And if the council is appointing a specific group, I would hope this professional organization would guide us through that process so that we are reaching the communities that we really need to reach here. So I bring this up again. This is a highly qualified group. If we could, you know, get clarification at some point sooner rather than later here, that we're not heading down the wrong path. We want to do this right. So if they could either get back to the subcommittee on that, because we do have a subcommittee, I would feel better about, I just don't think we as a council should be out there picking a commission that would, later on be a detriment to the goals that we are trying to achieve here. So that is my concern.
Yes. so
My
I've just-
colleague.
Yeah, I was just trying to clarify that if you look at page number 12, number 2, EJ Solution works with the community to identify 11 residents for the equity committee
With 11 alternates.
with the 11 alternate. I mean, but it's the consultant that is gonna go out there, reach out to the community and identify those individuals that is going to be appointed by the council.
Okay, all right.
That's,
Now I understand better.
you see what I'm
Okay.
saying? It's not like we individually
Yeah,
pick anyone. It's they will come back with the slate and then,
that was a little unclear, but I trust your,
well, but that's exactly what it says here. So number 12, yeah. Page number 12.
yeah, but okay, I was on page 4 before I got
Uh,
to 12. So on page 4, it's not that clear, but I trust your
12.
guidance there and then.
Yeah, that's the
fine.
goal, is to ensure that the process is non-political
Right,
and that EJ Solution will work with the community and identify those individuals to share their experience
right.
as
That's
to, because equity is a very personal thing.
right.
It's about people's experience. It's about how they feel. It's about how they live and how they are being served. So to that end, I think having EJ Solutions with their expertise, and they would help identify those individuals to guide us through the process of ensuring that our process moving forward is more equitable and more inclusive. And that's the goal of this work.
Fantastic. I feel better about that. Thank you.
That was everything? Yeah. Thank you. Okay, hold on. That was a good example that all of us have different opinions on what equity means. And I've been pretty vocal all the way along, even though I'm not on the subcommittee of here, that it is my personal opinion that the city of Millbrae has been treated badly by regional agencies. It doesn't matter what race we are. It doesn't matter our socioeconomics. It matters that the county, including San Francisco City and County, including the Bay Area, have used Millbrae to basically carry the weight for regional entities like the airport, like high-speed rail. So I went through this report, which I want to thank the subcommittee and I want to thank staff and I want to thank the consultant whom I have not met. I think it's really good, but I will tell you, I went through it word by word, looking for the word environment. Because again, professionally, I do work in this field and it hurts me to see how badly we have been hurt. And yet, and I think it's in there in a lot of places and I felt good about it. But sometimes it says the 5 things that we talked about and then it added to another one and I can't pull my report up. But if the consultant was here, I'm going to tell you 2 stories that happened in the last 24 hours that show why we are weakened. I am our representative to One Shoreline. One Shoreline wrote 1 letter to SFO on their sea level rise EIR, which is going to build 9 to 15-foot walls around it and bounce all that sound and all that air pollution back into Millbrae. And they're going to continue to use Site 7, 6.2 acres on Aviador as a heavy construction zone for the next 25 years. And when I went to the San Francisco Planning Commission, they said, we do not have to pay attention to your general plan. If we don't have the language that talks about why we are under-resourced, why we have been beaten up by the transportation agencies, they will continue to do so. Today, I'm on the San Francisco Airport work plan. We had our work plan for next fiscal year. The chair is from another city, and I pushed to get all of SFO's environmental documents that all have a noise component, but they ignore ongoing noise. They look at construction noise. They do not look at every time that plane takes off. And that person told me, well, that's a fight just for Millbrae. And I am so offended that that happens, and it happens every day because Millbrae has not stood up for itself. So this social equity commission is not just race. It is not just socioeconomics. It is how this region treats us and has treated us badly forever. Golly, you can tell I'm my old days on that. So I just please for the consultant, Millbrae is different. SFO is different. In our case, the airplanes take off in one direction and blast us with the noise in back. We are the only airport like that in the world, which means that noise in back of us does not get counted. And it is not in the FAA regulations. And if we don't do the work within the Social Equity Commission, I can't keep arguing it. I've been to DC arguing it. I get people along with me, but we don't have the documentation for it. So I am begging that the Social Equity Commission is not just race and social economics, it is environment. And my problem that I have with the city of Millbrae is once we go subcommittee or once we go to town hall meetings, your city council is encouraged not to go for a good reason. We want all of you to be able to speak freely at these meetings. So we can't be there. But I will tell you, there is no one in Millbrae like me on environmental issues. And if no one can carry that through and we get a finished report and it doesn't help us with the airport or high-speed rail or any of these entities that treat us like crap, then we're in the same place. So that's my lecture tonight. Please, please, I actually do believe that SFO and the city and county of San Francisco and the county of San Mateo owe us reparations for decades of abuse by SFO. And La Quinta Hotel is another example of that. Do it in Millbrae because they don't fight for themselves. So I'm right there with you guys. Anyway, end of subject. I think this is great. I'd love a motion to approve and I wish you the best of luck, but I hate that not all 5 council members can be there so that we can get our comments into. And when it comes to us quite often at this dais, it does feel like a done deal. And I don't like it feeling like a done deal any different than the rest of you do. You want to have that ability to have input and to fight for all of you. Thank you.
So Mayor, on that, so there is the state law, you know about the Brown Act. This is the time and place for that. So the committee makes subcommittees make a recommendation, but this is the appropriate time and place that are if any questions or changes to scope.
And actually, I have a
to be made. And if I may, real quick. So on behalf of Ms. Tobias, so we are lucky to have this firm. They are so incredibly busy. She had double conflicts, wasn't able to make it tonight. I talked to her. That's why also in the scope, their commitment to us starts in August because they've been so busy and they've been queuing us in. So, the good news is we have a great firm, great talented people. Unfortunately, because she's so busy, she's not here tonight. So I said, I would shoulder the questions. And
that's okay. That's not a criticism. I read the back and all the great projects they've worked on. I feel really good, but I had to get my 10 cents in because the last 24 hours have been bad for Millbrae by one shoreline that we pay money into and by SFO. I do have one public comment and there might be some, council, I'm sorry, I lectured. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Go ahead first.
So what I was going to say is that I want to make sure we kind of lower our expectations to make sure that we're not expecting this committee to go out and solve the problems. They're going to be making recommendations to us as council, and it'll be our job as elected officials, our staff, to go out and make inroads on a lot of these issues. Environmental justice is important to us as a city and as a committee. Subcommittee, when we were talking about this, we wanted to make sure that that's important. And so that your concerns are heard. And I'm sure whomever is appointed to this committee by this council will keep that in mind as well. And then lastly, as far as agendizing or being present at town halls and other meetings and events, there's ways around it. We can agendize it and we just sit in the back and listen if that's the expectation. But there's ways around the Brown Act to make sure that we are aligned with what the spirit and the law is. So, thank you.
Mayor, if I may, and for the benefit of the public, I think the Vice Mayor brings up a good point. City Attorney may. Council members can attend, you just can't speak and you can't engage. And if the public is there and it's a community meeting and they start asking you questions, that's where you're prohibited by law from responding. So you can attend and observe and get information. You just can't not participate. So that's.
Anders, and then I do have a public.
Yeah, I just want to clarify one more thing before the public has a chance to speak. This is the formation of this commission. And then their work plan will come back to this council for approval. And there'll be plenty of opportunity for us to guide them in a direction that as we see fit. Now, and I obviously appreciate the passion for the airport noise and how we need to obviously stand up for ourselves. There's no question about it. And absolutely, this commission can address multifaceted problem, and equity comes in many different forms and many different ways. Like I said a moment ago, this is a very personal issue. Everybody has an opportunity to share their experience living in Millbrae, what equity means to them. And as you rightfully pointed out, environmental justice is one of them. So, and it would more than likely to be part of their work plan as well. And just as city manager has discussed, you know, I love to listen to the public in every opportunity, whether it is a community meeting or just getting a coffee or, you know, multiple council member listening to our constituency is part of our job to listen. So we may not answer their questions, but we love to listen at any given time, at every place that we see them.
I'm opening up for public comment. I'm sorry, I called for a motion a little too soon. Dean Land. And if there are anybody else for agenda item number 10, I only have one speaker slip and one online. Hello, Mr. Land.
Good evening, Mayor, honorable members of the council. I'm going to be very brief. I came here just to say hallelujah, one word in terms of this particular motion. I guess I was a little premature, so I'll wait 2 more weeks and hopefully this will come. It's one of my areas of passion in terms of social equity, and I'm looking forward to see the city of Millbrae finally pass a social equity, racial equity action plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Land. And before we go to, well, depending on the next person, I just tell the public, when I became mayor, I actually had a meeting with Dr. Cordero, who is a Ramaytush Ohlone, and asked him about the land acknowledgement because I would have been happy to bring it forward. He asked me not to. He asked me to wait for the Social Equity Commission for the community to bring the land acknowledgement forward. And that's why I have not pushed it. I would love to do it in my time as mayor, but at the request of Dr. Cordero, he wanted the public to learn about what it means and to bring it forward from the ground up. Next up.
Next speaker is Gina Miranda. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much for letting me speak. I had a comment regarding the social equity planning process that I saw. Thank you for including all of that detail from this consultant in that so we can get an idea of what they're looking at. Like some of the council members, I was confused too as to how they were going to choose the social equity community members. It looked to me like they were saying they would be choosing them. And I thought that's very, very weird. How in the world would they do that without knowing the community and the community needs? But I do think it's more of a collaboration between them who know the business and our leaders who know Millbrae and who know the needs. I was super happy to see in their overview and in their ideals that they want to address the equity gaps, and that's the priority, and that is the most marginalized folks in our community. It may not be all Millbraeans that are affected by this, and it may be that their work is going to identify the practice. In fact, this is what it says here: identify the practices that have a disparate impact on certain communities, and then work with the affected residents to create the better communities, what it is specifically that their lived experiences that hasn't been working. that needs to be fixed and needs to be improved. So I hope that they will work together with our leaders who know the residents. And it looks like I may not have to worry about it, but I'll still say it. East Millbrae residents need to be represented well here. And that includes folks that are on the El Camino corridor, because they're very much affected by all of these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miranda. Any other comments? I have no other speaker slips. City Clerk? Okay,
There's no other.
bringing it back to City Council. This is an action.
Move approval.
Thank you. Ms. Thank you. Motion, Councilwoman Pappen, second Vice Mayor. Any discussion? Call the question.
Councilmember Pappen,
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan,
Aye.
Councilmember Fung,
Aye.
Council Vice Mayor Goodman,
Aye.
Mayor Snyder.
Aye.
Consent item number 10 passed by a vote of 5-0.
And congratulations and good luck. Okay, moving. Somehow I've lost my agenda.
Item number
There we
12,
go.
Mayor, under new business, under existing business. No public hearing this evening.
No public hearing. For the record, no public hearing under existing business. Item number 12, update regarding the status of Millbrae's draft synthetic turf ordinance and adoption of a resolution authorizing the city state legislative advocate to lobby in support of Senate Bill 676 by Senator Allen that would support the city's position to regulate synthetic turf installations. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an action item. I'd like to introduce Mr. Andy Mogeson, our Community Development Director, for the presentation this evening.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Next slide. So, as you know, we've been on a bit of a journey here since October 2021, when the city established a temporary moratorium, putting a pause on synthetic turf installations. There's a number of reasons why we seek to regulate synthetic turf. The city has identified the health and safety concerns of the materials, the environmental impact of the synthetic turf, the makeup of the synthetic turf, the crumb rubber, the plastics, concerns about synthetic turf materials going into our stormwater, going out into the bay, concerns about stormwater capture and percolation. Synthetic turf doesn't absorb stormwater like natural landscaping does, which became readily apparent during the storms we had this past winter. Concerns about quality and appearance, and maintenance and durability. So there's a whole number of reasons why the city seeks to regulate synthetic turf in our city. Next slide. But state law currently limits our ability to regulate synthetic turf. So there's a government code in place that took effect back in 2016. As you know, back then we were in the peak of a drought period. People were very concerned about water use. And that's when the current provision that says that cities cannot prohibit artificial turf and synthetic grass on residential properties took effect. Cities can impose reasonable restrictions on the type of synthetic turf or grass that may be installed and the method of installation, but we're very limited in what we can and can't do. And we're not allowed to substantially increase the installation costs under the current law. Next slide. So last March, we had a couple of bills that are going through the assembly and that the city council supported by resolution. And then this bill that I have before you tonight is another one. And it's Senate Bill 676. It is artificial turf local control. And what this bill would do is it would effectively overturn the current language and allow cities to regulate synthetic turf or prohibit synthetic turf if they so choose. And the adoption, if the governor signed SB 676, if it passed both houses, as currently proposed, it would fully restore the city's ability to establish standards, specifications, and regulations on the installation of synthetic turf to accommodate our local environmental, safety, and aesthetic concerns. Next slide, please. So just to give you a background on where we're at, the council put in a moratorium on synthetic turf back in 2021. It was extended twice. It's in effect through October 26, 2023. So over the past year, we worked with a landscape consultant at Gates and Associates, a landscaping firm, to develop a draft synthetic turf ordinance. We brought that draft ordinance to our Community Enhancement Advisory Committee and our Planning Commission, and they both reviewed it and made recommendations to City Council. But with this new bill, SB 676, in play, which has a potential to pass state legislature, that would enable us to do even more. And it would enable us to go further with our current draft ordinance than we currently do. Next slide. So September 14th is the last day of the current legislative session for SB 676 to be passed by each house. It's currently going through committee. And October 18th, if it was approved, it must be signed or vetoed by the governor by that date. And October 26th is the end of our current moratorium. So what we're asking tonight, next slide, please. Is we've got a few, I just want to summarize this. We're asking the council tonight for a wait and see approach to see how SB 676 goes forward. And we're recommending that the city council support a resolution tonight authorizing the city's legislative advocate to lobby in support of Senate Bill 676 and related legislation that would support our position to further regulate synthetic turf installations. So what we would like to do is get that approval from the council, support, to authorize our legislative advocates in Sacramento to lobby on behalf of the city in support of this bill. Have a wait and see approach. If it does pass, if the governor does sign it, then we come forward with a draft synthetic turf ordinance that meets the city council's needs, because again, this bill would unlock our ability to further regulate it. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm sure there's a lot of questions about this. I'm here to help.
Thank you, Mr. Mogensen. Comments, questions? I have one public speaker card. John Marshall, we'll open it up for public comments. Bless you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. Pleasure to be here. I'm a little bit perplexed with my happenings of today. I was issued a stop work notice to a job site of mine for installing synthetic turf. I think I'd rather discuss things with staff tomorrow in regards to why I feel that this was a horrible stop work notice. I came here earlier today. I was very upset. I had all day to think about it, and now I'm kind of playing ping pong in my head. I've been doing landscape construction, design, consultation for almost 45 years now. We're licensed in the city of Millbrae. We're insured. We're bonded. We're a pretty legitimate company. When I got the stop work notice, I was very reluctant to accept it. The gentleman who wrote it left it, and I asked him why. He said that he didn't really have all the specifications of why it was there. So I came down to City Hall and was looking to speak to somebody, a gentleman by the name of Edward Gonzalez, who's sitting at the table right now. Got the pleasure to meet John Marshall, who wasn't very happy. He was patient, he was understanding, took the time. So I would like to at least acknowledge the fact that your staff here did take the time. I appreciate it. I said that when I was there. I'll say it again because I think it's one to be recognized. I actually spoke with management staff of the city of Millbrae, I'm going to say a little bit over 2 years ago in regards to this proposal of banning synthetic turf. I'm not a fan of synthetic turf. I don't love the way it looks, but I do think there's a place, spot, and times to do it. I'm very clear of poor quality, very clear of poor workmanship. And when I was asked, or maybe I solicited comments in regards to stopping of installation of synthetic turf, My suggestion was basically to educate people, let them know the right way to do it, not the wrong way. Without getting in too much detail, because I know I've only got 3 minutes to speak. I read what is considered a interim ordinance. So I was being held to the fire on an interim ordinance. I was also being told there is no installation of turf, so I'm a little confused. When I looked at the interim ordinance, there's a couple of things that I don't necessarily 100% agree with, and I do think that most of it is pretty accurate. I don't know if it was my
Mr. Marshall, I'm sorry, that's time.
Okay, my whole day got shut down today, 6 people. I've sat here till 9:30, listened to people talk about things that really were just repeated. And it's really sad that something you're going to vote on
I
tonight.
understand. We're not voting on it tonight,
If I may,
actually.
I have yet to discuss this with Mr. Marshall, and as he said, I'll take him up on his offer this evening to meet with staff tomorrow. and
Very good.
See what the situation is. Be happy to do that.
I appreciate that, Mr. Williams. I would just
All right.
Mr. hope
Williams.
that you wouldn't vote on this evening because there's some standout issues that do not make any sense whatsoever.
Mr. Marshall, the
Yes.
item that we're not voting on the ordinance tonight. We're voting on the ability for the consultant to bring local control back on an issue. That's what the SB 676.
So are we still?
I'm sorry, sir, you need to sit down. Okay, anybody online? I have no other speaker slips for item 12. All right, bringing it back to staff. If I understand, we are, this was an update on the status of the city's ordinance, which is simply a moratorium, the best that we can do right now, but a resolution to give our lobbyists the ability to work on 676 and related artificial turf ordinance legislation moving through.
That is correct. We're authorizing our lobbyists to lobby on our behalf in support of
Very
SB
good.
676 tonight.
I would add to that I was down with the lobbyists at Cal City since I'm on one of the lobby teams and worked a little bit on 676. And I believe they're still looking for one piece of information, but we also have multiple partners. I had a lot of cities coming up to me saying, we're really curious.
Yeah.
And the flip side of this is I hope city is getting ready, regardless of what the governor might do or where the bill might go. We still need those design guidelines for drought tolerant landscapings and the things that we hired the landscapers with. So I hope that we will take an action tonight, but city manager, do you have an idea of when the landscape will come back with some of those planting guidelines? I'm really looking forward for my own house of what to do with the parking strip. I want to do it the right way. Just tell me what plants to put in my parking strip and I will do it. So if we could get those and get it to us probably before mid-October, it'll fit in nicely regardless of what we have to do with our ordinance.
Mayor, on that, I was looking at the timing relative to SB 676. The last day the governor can act on it, either sign or veto it. And then the effective date of our moratorium, which is October 26th. We do have a city council meeting scheduled for October 24th. So we will be bringing either another urgency ordinance to adopt or recommend adoption of SB 676 or the ordinance that the landscape architect is working on for drought tolerant that includes some limited installation of synthetic turf.
So to the public.
Quick timing. It'll be quick timing there, but we can fit it in.
One comment, just understand that unless it's adopted as an urgency statute, the 676 won't go into effect until January 1st. Your moratorium would expire in October. So you may well want to put something in with the new guidelines and, just not put a total stop to things because otherwise you're not going to have any regulations from the date that the moratorium expires. I don't think you can do another moratorium on the same topic. So I think you should go ahead and proceed and adopt those. And then if the law passes, we can see about making an adjustment that reflects the provisions.
Gotcha. Yes, we will listen to the city attorney because that's a good point that we will.
That is
we will work
exactly
this out.
our plan is to bring you something before
Right,
October
right. What to go
24th.
along with it is to how to help our public, at least how I'm envisioning the landscape architect contracts that we approved a year ago, was that they would have, you're on a hilly slope, here's some guidelines. You've got a parking strip, here are some guidelines. You have tree coverage, you don't have tree coverage, here are guidelines of plantings that will work. So that we also don't get the other flip side is nothing but a gravel front yard on that. The goal is for quality work. And Mr. Marshall, I'm happy to meet with you offline and talk about all the environmental damage, which is significant, and health damage. So, and I know.
Mayor, Council, if I.
I'm
if
just
I-
saying offline.
So Andy, on that subject of timing, is there a date that you have that ordinance will be brought back to the council?
It will be on or before October 24th.
Okay, with some designs.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Gina.
Okay, I think the one thing we're hearing tonight is whatever we have on the books is not clear, and hopefully you guys can resolve that tomorrow. We don't need frustrated anybody. We can avoid it. So I would like to move this motion that our lobbyists can proceed to support these efforts at the state level at this point.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Call the question.
Councilmember Pappen,
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan,
Aye.
Councilmember Fung,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman,
Aye.
Mayor Snyder.
Aye.
Item number 12 passed by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 13, approved by motion, the multi-jurisdictional electronic bicycle sharing program additions and removal of corral locations, provide city manager or designate authority to add or remove corrals, designate spur trail as a no-ride zone, and receive an update on usage. City manager.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce our environmental programs manager, Ms. Andrea Papajohn, for a staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Schneider, Vice Mayor Goodman, I'm Andrea Papajohn, City of Millbrae. So the purpose of the presentation tonight is for City Council to consider adding 4 corrals, removing 1 corral on the bike share program, also providing the city manager or designee to authorize addition or removal of corrals in the future, and to also designate the spur trail as a no-ride zone. I also give a very high-level snapshot of the current usage to date. Next slide, please. So on this slide, City Council has approved 16 corrals at the March 14th meeting, as shown in the maroon markers. The requirements for the corrals were 3 things. 1, not take up a parking space. Secondly, good lighting. And third, not to interfere with a parked car. So as if a door opened in a car, it wouldn't tip over the bike or the bike wouldn't tip onto a car. Staff would like to recommend 4 additional parking corrals as designated on the blue markers. Next slide, please. And I'll go over each of these 4 locations. The first location staff recommends is in front of City Hall, as designated on the picture on the right. There have been requests from the community and some employees that this would be a convenient place. We think that it also provide a nice orderly place for bikes to be parked. It would be designated on the app so people could find the bikes and then also return them there. And this also serves the commercial district on the other side of Magnolia. Next slide, please. The next location is back of City Hall, as designated in the picture on the right. There's already a bike rack there. And we believe this is an ideal location for visitors, employees, anyone in City Hall. There are corrals up at the library parking lot. However, we feel like it's less convenient to walk a bike up and down the stairs. So this location would be convenient for people just coming in and out of City Hall or in the area. Next slide, please. The third location is on the frontage road near the Bellamore. There's plenty of space there and it's not taking up a parking space. And we feel that this has a potential for high rider usage. And the fourth one, next slide, please, is on, again, ECR and Chadbourne. It's on the frontage road and great visibility. You know, ideally, we'd like to add more corrals in the bike share program. Again, it provides, you know, on the app, people can find the bikes and places to park them. They get incentivized for parking in the corrals. And so, you know, like I said, ideally, we're trying to find more locations for corrals. Okay, so the next slide is regarding the spur trail. It's currently a slow ride zone. And what that means is bikes can go up to 3 miles an hour. So you have to walk the bike. They're not really able to ride it at 3 miles an hour. We have heard some feedback from community members that they'd like to make the spur trail a no ride zone. So on this map, actually, Spin can use a programming method called geofence, and they can designate the entire spur trail. So this map is a little deceiving because it doesn't show the entire spur trail as a slow ride zone, but they can designate the entire spur trail as a no ride zone, which would mean the bikes would be inoperable on the trail. So as I mentioned, we have received some requests from the community to prohibit bikes on the spur trail, electric bikes. And so we would recommend changing it from a slow ride to a no ride zone. Okay, next slide, please. Now, further on the spur trail, there is a corral. It's the only one on the spur trail. This one is on Minorca and Taylor. And, you know, it is a really convenient place because people can park their bikes and then walk the trail, or they can come off the trail and hop on a bike. It's the only one in the area. And also it can serve teachers and the school district from Taylor Middle School across the street. So, you know, that's the positive side of having a corral there. That's why we put it there in the first place. We have received some feedback from community members that they would prefer to remove that corral. They feel that it sends the wrong message. If it's on the corral, then people are going to want to ride bikes on the corral. We don't really have a lot of data to support whether that's happening or not yet. The program has just not been launched for that long. So I'd like council to consider whether you'd like to remove that corral or not. Sure.
So I'm seeing other electric bikes on the spur trail. And do we have signs up that they're not allowed? Because I think it does send the wrong message by having it there, and people's personal electric bikes or scooters and stuff are flying down the spur trail.
City will be putting up signs on the spur trail in mid-July that says no motorized vehicles and no electric bikes.
If I may, I don't want to get, if the council takes that action this evening, because right now they are permitted on the spur trail. They're geofenced to go no more than
3 miles an hour.
3 miles an hour. So part of tonight's action is to prohibit electric bikes on the spur trail. So I just want to clarify that.
But people have personal vehicles that we can't, you know, personal scooters and personal electric bikes.
But a ban,
No, we-
no electric, except for maybe.
If I may, we can, you do have the right to ban, not just, you know, you can ban private bikes, e-bikes, motorized
Exactly.
vehicles, yeah.
Except for wheelchairs.
Okay,
Of course.
Vice Mayor. And then let's let
No problem.
finish her presentation and go ahead.
Well, I
Vice
just
Mayor.
want to be clear, when we say electric bike, these aren't electric bikes, they're pedal
Pedal
assisted
assist.
bikes. So there's no electric, I mean, unless you can pedal that fast, they're very heavy. And so I think unless we're planning to transition to electric bikes, we're using the wrong terminology. I think, because I had a question about it when I tried to attempt to ride these bikes numerous times, that they're not electric, that they are pedal assisted bikes.
That's
So I just wanted
correct.
to make
They
that
are pedal assist or class 1 bikes, and They, yeah, so they are, when you pedal, then you can accelerate, but they can be limited in speed, and they are very heavy. I think they're about 70 pounds, at least 50 or 60. I think 70, I'm quite sure. So yeah, they are really heavy when carrying them around. Okay.
They are battery operated though.
No,
They are, yes.
internally battery operated. But
Correct.
there's no charger on it if. Yeah.
The batteries need to be charged.
Right.
Correct. But this spin operates the bikes.
But it's internal operated, like the charging happens as we pedal. There's
No,
no.
they-
No, they have to, they charge the battery.
So they take the bike somewhere and they charge the bike
Yeah,
free of charge?
yes.
Okay, that's.
Well-
That happens. I've looked at.
But free of charge to this, free of charge to the city, but whoever has the app, they have to pay per.
No, I get that.
Yeah, yeah.
But I didn't see an electronic mechanism. I saw a pedal assist system, and so maybe that's for a question down the road, but to me, and as we've seen electric bikes used in other cities, this is not an electric bike. It's a bike you hop on, pedal, and if you have to walk it, you're walking 70+ pounds. So
I believe in a previous presentation, they said that there's batteries. So they take the batteries out, charge them and replace it at the
to
corral.
be assisted, but it's,
To be-
like I said,
yeah,
it's not
to be
electric. It's not gonna
assisted,
get
yeah, to be
you
assisted.
up the hill unless you have the pedal power to push it up the hill. That, like I said, I tried.
Yeah.
Can I just ask a clarification question, Ms. Papajohn? Has there been any report that trail users are being, either in danger or accidents with regards to e-bike users?
Andrea, do you want to hang on to that? Because in the staff report, you go on to talking about the data collection. I think it's a great question. Let's let Andrea finish and then bring it back.
Sure. Okay. Happy to answer that. Yeah, so just then, so the consideration is whether to make the spur trail a no ride zone or a slow ride zone, or leave it as a slow ride zone. Apologies, and to leave the corral at this location or to remove the corral. Okay, and then the next slide, please, is a snapshot of the daily ridership. This is as of June 7th when we worked on this report. There have been over 1,700 trips and close to 600 users for a distance of over 2,000 miles. And the average trip is about 1.4 miles. So this really effectively addresses the last mile gap, which is the intention of the program. I looked at the data this morning, and as of today, there were over 3,000 trips, 3,017, and over 900 users. And so, yeah, so that's just a snapshot of the data. I don't have a lot of drill down on this yet, but we'd be happy to come back and share more. Kind of the purpose of the presentation was to talk a little bit more about the corrals, but thought we'd throw in a little bit of data since you might be interested in that. We've also had promotions for $10 rides and credits since the launch, and our PIO, Justine Bleeker, has been incredibly helpful and creative in getting out promotions to help publicize the program. Next slide, please. And just to talk about customer support, there have been a total of 80 support requests since the launch through June 7th. And when you consider 1,700 trips, that's about 4% of all rides. So that's generally low. These customer support requests were, this is what SPIN has received. It shows very positive responsiveness from SPIN to address the issues. And the community members have generally been utilizing, understanding, and accepting of this new program. So we recommend approving of the 4 corrals and removing the 1 corral on the spur trail. We also recommend providing the city manager or designee the authority to add or remove corrals in the future, and designating the spur trail as a no ride zone. And just for reference, the Half Moon Bay is also looking at prohibiting electric bikes from their trails, and to my knowledge, also San Francisco. So we'd be consistent with what other jurisdictions are doing locally. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
And I did cut off Councilman Fung's question. We did talk about it at Millbrae BPAC. the data being collected, both about incidents and about the kinds of complaints coming in. And at least
Sure.
at BPAC last week, it was the data's still coming in.
Yep, and Eduardo, if you could kindly, I have a couple backup slides. This one. So this is the different categories of the 80 customer support questions that have come in to SPIN. And just to answer your question, I think you asked specifically if there were accidents or if people were complaining about the trail. Is that
Were
correct?
there any incidents where a trail of pedestrians were being in danger or been in an accident by e-bike users?
We have not heard of any incidents or accidents, and nor has SPIN. And I would also just like to mention that Derek Stelline from SPIN is also on this meeting remotely. And so he's also available to answer some of your questions.
What is the usage, if you have any data to demonstrate how popular are these e-bike being used on these spur trail?
I don't have any specific usage on the spur trail. What we are hoping to collect over the next couple months is some heat maps to see where users are originating their trips and then ending their trips. And so we'll be able to like drill down into a lot more detailed data on that. And we could certainly come back and provide that for you.
So what I'm hearing is we don't know how often it's being used on spur trail. There has not been any reported accident or anyone being in danger on the spur trail by e-bike users. Am I hearing you correctly?
Correct. We have received some community feedback, though, that they don't want e-bikes on the spur trail. And I invited them to also come to the meeting. I'm not sure if they're here, but perhaps they will comment during public comment to elaborate.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Just
Sure.
because I was looking for data a moment ago. So.
Right. Yes. And yes, we will be looking more closely. We're gathering data right now. You know, the program is still relatively new, launched May 11th. So we will be looking very closely at data over, the next couple of months and be happy to report back.
Just as we discuss policy decisions, right, it would be helpful for us to have data in front of us so that we know what issues we're trying to address and whether or not the policy that we're thinking about actually addresses the underlying issue, if that issue exists. So I just wanted to bring this into context here.
Thank you.
Councilman Cahalan.
I just had a couple things, not in regard to the specific decisions tonight, but about spins, since we're on the topic. There was great discussion at the Park and Rec Commission meeting, and there was some questions as you guys look at future data and future presentations. I know we're still so early in it, but some of the things that came up that folks were curious about were just percentages of bikes left in corrals versus outside corrals. Bikes picked up and left in like which cities, Millbrae versus Burlingame and our usage, and also bikes being left outside of Millbrae and Burlingame. And then the turnaround time of rebalancing and returning bikes to corrals was something that came up. Many folks had said they'd seen bikes left in locations for, several days. I know we spoke about staffing, but just sharing, since we're here and it's on the agenda, those are some discussions and items that came up.
Thank you. We will definitely take note of those and collect that data. And I believe we'll be able to get, most of that data to let you know, where bikes are being left, when they're going back to corrals, who's leaving them in corrals, et cetera. So I'm happy to answer those, when we do collect more of the data. And SPIN did let us know that when we launched, they are trying to find 2 local hires, and they were having some challenges finding local hires. So we broadened the search to the county of San Mateo, not just Millbrae and Burlingame. And they have since assigned to members from their, I think, San Francisco warehouse or San Francisco area to cover Millbrae and Burlingame service area. And I don't think they were dedicated when we first launched the program. So you should see that's probably an improvement now since they've been assigned.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 public comments. Just for your FYI, and we have Chief Allen in the backyard. At the next City and County Association of Governments Bike and Pedestrian Committee in our July meeting, we're going to be talking about how we record incidents. So the kind of data, I think Councilman Fung was also looking at just people who don't want to see them on the trails, whether they like them or not, or whether they're causing a problem or not, but really the incidents, scooter person, scooter bike, scooter dog, any of that kind of stuff. And we recognize that a lot of people don't want to call the police and say, you know, a bicycle ran over my foot. But without that data, it's hard to make those data-driven decisions. It also came up at Cal Cities. I'm on the Transportation Committee. It came up, and there is a bill, AB 744 by Carrillo, that is looking at collecting more transportation data, spending $20 million a year for 3 years to help get the data to cities to make better data-driven transportation decisions. And hopefully it will be including cut-through traffic and bike pedestrian issues. And then there's this really nasty bill. It's AB 825 by Brian. And this bill would allow, if there is no bike lane, an electronic assist bike or battery bike can ride on the sidewalks. So this is on a do not support level. They would be restricted to 3 miles an hour if you could keep them to 3 miles an hour, but no bike lane, they can be on the sidewalk. So it's a watch bill and an opposed bill, I believe, by Cal Cities, AB 825. We should keep an eye on it. With that, I will open it up for public comment, and we have Marilyn Cooney, followed by John Cooney.
Mayor, and as the public's coming up, I have a little bit of information on, the great thing about my job is you do learn something new every day. So e-bikes technically are bikes that have a throttle. And so the pedal assist bikes are known as pedelecs. And so in terms of terminology, as the council formulates an action tonight, I think it would be prudent to decipher what you would intend to perhaps not allow on the trail versus allow on the trail. So I will help the council in that definition as you get there, because if you don't define it, I think the vice mayor brings up a good point.
Mr. and Mrs. Cooney, did you want to come up? Come on up.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is John Cooney. I live on Taylor Boulevard, 871 Taylor Boulevard, have lived there for a long time. I'm one of the people, together with my wife, who is identified in the papers as community feedback. So I thought that I would give that to you firsthand. We have 2 points. They're very simple. First, electronically or electrically boosted vehicles do not belong on a walking trail. They're a menace to the people that walk there. And secondly, appropriate signage should be posted, to make clear what's allowed and what's not allowed, spur trail. E-bikes are heavy, they're fast. My wife and I have experimented with them, and we know this for a firsthand fact. They're dangerous and intimidating to people who walk on the spur trail. We live near the spur trail. We've observed a great increase in the use of the spur trail, by the way, since the pandemic, during the pandemic and since then. A lot of people walking their dogs, jogging, and a lot of those people are families with small children, and also old people who dawdle along on the spur trail and are not going to be able to dodge fast-moving, electrically powered bicycles. Now, the 2 points that I would take issue with that have been raised here. First of all, there already is a sign on Hillcrest at the spur trail that says no motorized vehicles allowed. That sign's been there for a long time. That's all it says. And that's the only one that I know of on the spur trail, but it's on the spur trail. Secondly, what is an e-bike a motorized vehicle? I would submit to you that it is. It's power assisted by an electric motor. That makes it a motorized vehicle. It's fast, it's large, it's intimidating, and we have had reported to us, I can't say that I've experienced this myself, people being intimidated by these bikes on the spur trail. The reason why we have suggested that the one corral that's at the entrance to the spur trail by Taylor School be moved is because it's an open invitation for people to use electronic bikes on the spur trail. It could be put somewhere else. We have no issue with e-bikes as such. We have no issue with spin as such, as a company, as an enterprise. We only think that e-bikes should not be on a walking trail. My understanding is, by the way, that Half Moon Bay has prohibited electronic bikes on their coastal walking trail. That's my understanding from the public press. So I endorse the measure that's been put before you to the extent that it outlaws electric bikes, electronic bikes, electric bikes, whatever you call them, that have motors on them from the spur property. That's not what the spur property is for.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Okay, I have no other speaker slips unless, oh, Mayor, you do want, okay. Ms. Cooney.
Evening, Mayor Schneider. Council people, thank you so much for all you do for us, your staff. Yes, well, I'm married to Mr. Cooney, so, but we don't always agree. I do agree about this issue. As John said, there's been a great increase in the number of people walking. We love it. We love seeing them out there with their dogs. And in particular, the section of the spur that has a lot of traffic of elderly people, of which I are one, and people with dogs, is the section from Mills High School up to the Rotary Park. It's quite crowded there often, but so we have a lot of people also on the Taylor section. So we were very appreciative of the memorial park that we now have in place on the Taylor Spur, and we like the serenity that it affords us. Again, nothing against spin, but what about the private e-bikes? They're almost like motorcycles, some of them. In fact, John and I were walking on the trail by the Marriott Hotel last week, and a man and his two sons were just barreling down on these things that were just almost the same as motorcycles. So if the door is open to that, as you can see around, more and more people are buying electric bikes. And in their place, they have their place. But I don't happen to think they do have a place on the spur trail. We've also seen ATVs out there, because we live right next to it. People on ATVs tearing around on the grass. So wheelchairs is another question, I realize. But I did have a friend paralyzed by a bike coming at very high speed. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening and for all you do for us.
Thank you, Mrs. Cooney. I have no other speaker slips. Do we have anybody? Okay. All right. Closing public comment, bringing it back to council. I had one kind of dumb question. When I was reading about not being able to get people to help bring the bikes back and thought about kids off for the summer, but they're under 18.
Mm-hmm.
How do we, if we've got a 16 or a 17-year-old with a driver's license, they can't use an e-bike, correct? Which is probably an issue of maturity.
Correct. I think it's more because there's a state law that they have to wear helmets, and SPIN cannot enforce someone under 18. There's no way for them to really enforce wearing a helmet. And I'm going to call Derek. Derek, is that correct? Is it because under 18 they have to wear helmets?
Yeah, that is correct, and it does have to do with our insurance policies as well. They change significantly when you bump that age up to 18. But the helmets, that is the underlying reason.
All right, Councilwoman Pappen.
Yes, I would support removing that one, maybe putting it on the other side of the school, if teachers were to use it. But I definitely do not support them on this spur trail. And secondarily, to come back to us, not now because it's not on the agenda, but I have seen minors in our neighboring city who we're partnering with using them without helmets. So again, future discussion, but that would be my proposal this evening.
Is that a motion?
That would be a motion as well.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, and this is on removing the corral, correct?
I think the motion itself, hold on. I've
Removing
got
the
it in front of me.
corral and also prohibiting them from using the spur trail.
Yeah.
So
And,
making it
no
a
ride
no
zone.
ride zone. Okay.
And giving staff the ability to add and remove corrals as we
As
figure
needed.
out what's working and not working.
Right.
So it wouldn't be coming back to us anymore.
So I guess my comment is removing the corral and disallowing usage on the spur trail. So that would mean a geofence saying 0, you can't use it. So it's counterproductive. I mean, or redundant, I'm sorry, that you're saying you can't use it on the spur trail. That's the goal we were trying to seek here by removing it and saying, hey, we don't want to encourage it. Well, it's not about encouraging it. We can encourage them all we want, but they can't use it. That's the fact. So how does having that corral there, I'm trying to understand the rationale to say, hey, we're going to disallow usage on the spur trail and then remove a corral for someone that might be going further up the hill. Because when you talk about last mile, as I mentioned earlier, this was last week when we spoke, that the last mile is typically east to west. And so I'm trying to get up the hill and you're saying that there is nothing close. That's the closest uphill crest or anywhere up in that area that there is a corral. So that's not helping the last mile. That's not helping anyone in that area for that purpose. So you're saying, hey, if you want to use a bike, but return it half a mile away and then walk up the hill the rest of the way. So who was our clientele? Who was the resident of Millbrae that we're trying to support or help with this service?
Thank you.
That's the council, staff to spend. But if we're talking about last mile, what does that exactly mean? Does that mean north-south? Because it surely isn't west.
No, you are correct. There are no other corrals in that location, and we do want to add more corrals, not remove them. We, as staff, were actually just listening to the community, and we wanted to bring that to council since it had come directly to staff. I do agree there are no other corrals, and even if even the corral's there and we geofence it so that there's no ride zone on the trail, then people can still use the bikes.
Right.
So
May
Thought we
I?
had to one at the top of the hill. We had said
There's nothing.
the top of the hill by the gas station, somewhere up there.
we did check at that on the 27th of March, and I brought a picture because at the Chevron station in the city right of way, there's no safe place. We went there with Public Works and some other staff members, and there was just no safe place to put a corral at the Chevron station at Skyline and Hillcrest. However, what we are looking for is across the street. There's a multifamily dwelling, and it's on our list to reach out to more private dwellings to see if they would have a corral in front of their business. But that's to be worked out. So we'd like to put something up there. We just don't have it yet.
Vice Mayor, if I could. So I understand having the bike corral right at the corner of Taylor and
Minorca, yeah.
Majorca right there, right with the spur trail right there. But just on the other side of that land divide, because Majorca is one way on two different streets, there's the bottom of Schultz Park, which has been closed for decades. It's still really close, but it's not on the school, which would imply middle schoolers could use the bike. And it's on city property, and it's a little bit away from the spur trail, but it's on a road. Is that possibly an alternative? I think we do need better signage to say motorized vehicles, unless you're in a wheelchair that's motorized, shouldn't be on the trail. But maybe that's that compromise?
I think it's not just about finding alternatives. It's about, as Councilmember Fung said, following data. If we don't have data, if we have 1, 2, 3, 4 individuals saying, hey, move it, our response as a city should be, thank you, let's document it, and we continue to track it, not just making decision overnight just because individuals are saying, hey, I don't like it. There has to be a process. We cannot get in the habit of saying, okay, well, so-and-so doesn't want this here, so we moved it. and taking it away from bringing it back to us and putting it back on staff, then that can happen overnight. We're going to be just playing musical chairs with these corrals. So there needs to be a process. There needs to be data collected so that we are making decisions that are based on the data. If it makes sense to say, hey, the purpose of having this here is to address the last mile. Let's make sure that if we do remove it, we have an alternative location. And so that's all I'm asking. I totally get the concern regarding the bikes on the trail, but I know individuals that have 21 speed bikes that are riding a lot faster than the 3 miles an hour that we have currently geofenced on the spur trail. So we're not saying anything about the people powered bicycles. So let's be consistent here. If it's about safety, let's talk about safety. But if we're just saying, hey, we don't want the e-bikes, let's be clear about that as well. That's all.
Thank you. Councilman Pappen, Councilman Phelps.
Yeah, first and foremost, top of the hill was always important here. We have a fire station up there. There are so many things up there that I'm very disappointed that staff hasn't already established something up there. And if you want to drive around up there, it is the last mile thing. That is east and west. We do have data here. We have residents here. I believe tonight's motion is appropriate, but I am exceptionally disappointed that we are unable or it just hasn't happened yet. But top of the hill, there are some, Mills Estates has an area right up there that has a lot of extra, an area where you can fit a corral. There just are so many different places to fit a corral that, if it wasn't the gas station, then, reach out to us. But again, we have a fire station up there, the Mills Estates area, there just are.
Thank you,
in abundance.
Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Councilman Fung, and then let's call the vote.
Okay, well, I'll be quick and then we'll make sure we give you an opportunity. So I'm hearing public safety issue with regard to the use of these e-bike. And I would support that. Absolutely. There's no question in my mind that it needs to be safe. And if, we have proven a lot of users on the spur trail and these e-bikes are intertwined with these, the experience of those who are using the spur trail, then yes, there's a good reason to have a policy decision to prevent these intertwining from happening. And I would support that. Now, given the fact that if we decided to not allow these e-bikes to be used on the spur trail, then the corral that is close to it serve the purpose of accessing the middle school. And there's a purpose for it to be there. And then the e-bike could be used on other road where e-bikes would be appropriate. It's just so long as we don't intertwine these e-bikes with the spur trail users, then I guess that issue is resolved, right? It's not so much, and if we post a sign up and say, yeah, there's no motorized vehicles on the spur trail, period, right? Then there's no appearance issue as far as putting a corral next to the spur trail. And if the discussions leads to the understanding that there is a value of having that corral at that location that's currently there, then it should be there. If there's no value to be there, then it should not be there. And I think we should let the data to drive that decision at some point in the future, whether or not that corral is valuable and it's a place where it belongs there or not. So that's kind of where I'm standing.
Angie had a comment. You guys, it's 10:17. We've got 3 more items.
Okay,
Including parks.
I'll be very fast. Just one thing came up about sidewalks, and I have several times seen people on the e-bikes on sidewalks on El Camino. So just putting that out there. Yes, thank you for talking about the location of the corral at Taylor and it being one of the westernmost points, and having the lockdown on the spur trail. Maybe we make a motion to pass this with the exception of the removal of the corral on Taylor. Make that motion.
But actually, the motion also allows flexibility. If you can find a location, not right at the trail, but nearby it, that implies riding on the road as opposed to riding on a trail, wouldn't that serve the same purpose? Just across the street is Schultz Park, which is doing nothing right now and is on a road.
We'd be happy to look at that.
I think the motion is
location.
to give staff that ability. They've heard us. They heard that we want to make sure we're doing east-west. If we can pass this tonight, staff go work it out.
And you're saying work what out? I'm sorry.
Work out the locations that, from a messaging point of view.
So it
To me,
won't-
that
so-
corral right there is a messaging.
So
point of view.
staff takes from that direction that we will not remove it unless we have an alternative, even if that means across the street.
Yeah.
Okay, then that's what I'm asking clarification on.
Yeah, actually, that's not my motion. My motion
Say-
is to prohibit them on spur trail, remove this one, find another location, which you have said that they are open to do,
Angie, you're.
and really emphasize not on just another location in that area. I agree with the mayor. This just totally telegraphs. Go ahead, write them on the trail here. So I think it's easy to find another location, and I'm trying to assist. I'll talk to you after this in finding some at the top of the hill, because I think that's very important. So that's the motion as I've made it.
So we've had the motion. We had a second. Was that, who was the second? I'm sorry. Oh, Angie. Can you accept this version of the amendment of the motion?
That was my original motion.
Yeah.
That she's asking for me to amend it, and I just don't think it's appropriate at this time.
So if I'm remembering my Robert's rules, we have a motion and a second. There was an attempt for a friendly amendment. It was not accepted. So the motion that stands is the original motion.
Mayor, I have a point of clarification question on the motion. So is Councilmember Pappen, is your motion, I hear removal of where it is, but also is your motion to find a place in that location that serves the purpose for the east-west midway up, either Hillcrest or Taylor, so people can actually get that last mile up the hill?
My motion is that staff has the alternative to find a motion or another place in that area, but I'm just frustrated that we don't have any at the top of the hill. And I think that has to be a must.
No, I hear two things. One is get one up at
Top of the hill
Skyline,
and
but
one
the other
halfway.
is,
The midway point.
but how do you get up to Skyline? You know, you're either gonna walk or ride the bike up there. And so I hear what the council's saying is find another location, not just here, but somewhere that's accessible, that's visible with signage that we can get people
Up the hill.
up the rest of the hill.
But it's not, what I'm saying is it's not clear that we're saying, here, we have a corral. So does a corral disappear tomorrow and then there is no option for that westerly area of Millbrae?
No,
Or is the question, is it the motion going to be to find a location prior to removing it? That's all I'm asking. So I know what I'm voting for.
I kind of already have in my
Right.
mind several locations, both on Hillcrest at the spur trail around Taylor, as the mayor mentioned, and Schultz Park, that we will quickly make sure that there's no downtime.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so we,
And more importantly, that particular corral that is now being discussed to be for removal, it serves Taylor. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Middle school.
And the staff
That area.
and, yeah, the school district staff.
So there is an intent why that particular corral is there. There's a purpose that is trying to serve. So if we were to remove it, we need to make sure that the new corral location also serve that purpose.
Schultz Park is only about 25 feet away.
Yeah.
It's across the street.
I hear.
It's right
I
there.
hear, that's a very good point, and I hear the direction of the council, and we will.
Okay,
We will.
let's
resolve-
call a motion.
Make it happen.
Okay, come on, guys. All right, City Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Councilmember Pappen,
Yes.
Councilmember Kalen,
Aye.
Councilmember Fung,
Aye?
Vice Mayor Goodman,
Aye.
Mayor Snyder.
Aye.
All right.
Agenda item number 13 passed by a vote of 5-0.
Ms. Papajohn.
Yes.
It is incredibly exciting how many people are using them. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank
And
you
we'd
for your.
certainly love to
Okay,
see.
sorry,
them.
sorry. My prerogative. Moving on to new business. This is Bayside Manor Park and Marina Vista Park upgrades, project update, and it is an action item. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to introduce Mr. Sam Batista, our Director of Engineering and Public Works, for the staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. Sam Bautista, your Director of Public Works, late night. Tonight we have Rebecca Flanagan and Eric Gellerman of Gates and Associates to give you an update on the Bayside Manor and Marina Vista Park Upgrades project. A lot of work has been done to get us to this point for this project, and the presentation will highlight the various community engagement events, their results, the planning and development of the park upgrades, and take consideration of public input and incorporating it into the preferred designs, which will be showcased tonight. At the end of the presentation, we will ask council and the public for any last comments we can incorporate into the preferred design and also receive any direction from council. So at this time, I will pass the floor to Rebecca and Eric to conduct the presentation.
All right, good evening, everybody. Just take a few minutes here to give you guys kind of an update on what we've done so far and kind of where we're planning on going. So talk a little bit about the community, the project team, what we got as far as input, and Rebecca will handle that. And then we'll kind of go into preferred park designs as we have them currently, and then we'll field any questions or comments. Slide. As Sam mentioned, we've been working with several folks over at the city over the last several months regards to outreach and as well as also the preliminary design work that we've started. Next slide. I won't spend too much time on this, but our company's been around for a long time. Parks is kind of in our wheelhouse. We do a lot of different parks designs in various cities around the state and the country. And we do a lot of community outreach, these projects included. As Sam alluded, ultimately the goal of this is to upgrade both Bayside Manor Park and Marina Vista Park. I don't have an exact age on the current parks, but I could tell you that a lot of the play structures are at least 15 years old, not just based off historical imagery that I can get my hands on. And a lot of stuff is in definite need of repair or replacement. Next slide. So we've done 2 rounds of community engagement, and Rebecca will get a little bit more detailed into that. And the first round effectively included what does the community, the surrounding community, what do they want? What do they feel like they need? Round 2 being a little more focused on the designs as far as getting feedback on that. And then where we are now is trying to get approval so we can move forward with those preferred designs. Slide. About the existing park, Bayside, it sits at the dead end of Loretta Avenue. Both parks are pretty similar in size. They're about 3/4 of an acre. Similar amenities for both. You have playgrounds, basketball courts. Bayside Manor does have an existing sand volleyball court, and they do have lawn areas. This one does have kind of a token table, but no barbecues. Next slide. And then Marina Vista, again, similar size. Its layout is a little bit more linear. It's a lot more narrow than Bayside. But again, similar amenities, at least on this aerial image that you're seeing here, far left, basketball court. To the right of that, it's kind of a flexible open lawn area. There is a small picnic area located in the lawn. And then as you work all the way to the right, you have the play area. Next slide. And I'll turn it over to Rebecca to go through some of the community outreach.
Thank you, Eric. So our first item of business really in designing these parks was to go out to the community and find out what is important to the people who use this park. We had a great partnership with the city about spreading the word. You know, you can't do engagement until you let people know what you're doing and what your purpose is. And so they helped get the word out to the community. We had social media and flyers, postcards, and door hangers. And we wanted to engage the community in a variety of different ways. So we went out in person and we held pop-up events, one at each park. And then we also had a concurrent online survey. And then we did in-person and virtual engagement again in round 2, where we were talking more about the designs. And we did a design survey online, and then we did an in-person open house event, which was at the awesome recreation center where people could come and provide feedback on the designs. We engaged with a lot of community members of a variety of different ages, ethnicities, personal preferences, residences. All the residences in both neighborhoods received mailers, and we got a lot of community participation in the public outreach. Next slide. So round one was really about just base level. What do you like about the current parks or not like about the current parks? What features do you want to see added or upgraded? And what park characteristics overall are most important to you, which is kind of another way of saying, what is your vision for this park for the future? And in round one, the feedback we heard from Bayside Manor and Marina Vista, you'll see there's a lot of continuity between these parks. They had similar features kind of going in, and these features are still important to the community. The playgrounds, basketball courts, and open lawn were both the favorite features for both parks, just a slightly different order. And playground and play experiences, again, in both parks, ranked as the #1 desired improvement and overall most important characteristic. We heard a lot about shade amenities. We heard a lot about how much people enjoy basketball and just being physically active in the park spaces. We heard a lot about picnicking and socialization. This is a place I come to hang out with my friends, to hang out with my family, and I would love to be able to do that more in a more robust way. And flexibility of spaces, meaning not being locked into using a space one way, that it can be multi-use by multiple people at multiple times doing different things. So this is all great feedback that we got in round one. Next slide. And so again, as I mentioned, play experiences ranked really highly, playground, basketball courts. Key themes were play. Nature was very important, and the community doesn't want these spaces to be over-programmed and concrete jungles. They definitely want there to be a feeling of outdoor space with plants and grass and trees. As I mentioned, social gathering. Comfort and safety was also a theme that we heard during this round. We heard a lot of feedback just in general about the overall degradation of the parks over time, that they just have, that they're older and they need to be improved, and that would make a more comfortable and safer experience for the users, which ties into maintenance and care. Just how do we maintain these parks better so that they can better serve the community? So we took all that feedback and kind of distilled it into kind of this target statement that the community wants comfortable, natural looking parks, offering flexible spaces with a variety of social, exercise, and play opportunities. And again, we heard this kind of concurrently from both neighborhoods and communities. So we put that same messaging to work in creating 2 park concepts, 1 for each park. Next slide. So this is the draft park concept for Bayside Manor, where we introduced upgrades to the existing spaces, playgrounds. We introduced basketball courts. We introduced pickleball, which is something we heard about from the community about during round 1, an alternative, flexible, multi-use sporting activity that is on the rise in a lot of communities around the country. We introduced a new picnic area, entry space, landscaping, trees, and preserved the open lawn. Next slide. And then the draft for Marina Vista Park, again, preserves the same general layout that the park is showcasing now, with the sports courts on the far left, the flexible open lawn space in the middle, picnic area more formalized in this design, and the playground to the far right. Next slide. So we took those concept designs out to the community for round 2. And this time we asked more specific pointed questions regarding the general usage areas that we kind of focused on in the concept design. We asked, what features would you most like to see in these specific park areas? In the playground, what do you want to see? In the sports area, what do you want to see? In the picnic area, what do you want to see? And then we asked in general, of all the areas the park is offering, again, kind of sectioned by usage type, what is your favorite area of the proposed design? And then what is your least favorite area? And asking this question just gives us an opportunity to parse out what the priorities are. Round 2 of outreach is generally meant to be about prioritization. Round 1 is kind of, what are your visions, likes, wants, needs? And round 2 is about how do we prioritize and really focus on what needs to be there. Next slide. So what we heard in round 2 is that, again, the playground, sports court area, picnic area, and open lawn are all very important. You'll see some recurring elements in the least favorite park area because everyone has an opinion and they're not always the same. We heard a lot in this round again about shade. Shade in all areas. Any area we asked about shade, that was received a lot of support. The landscaping was voted highly, again, tying into the fact that the community does not want to lose the natural elements of this park and wants it to represent green space still as we upgrade the other elements. Seating opportunities also ranked very highly. And this gave us a chance to really look at the design a little further as we refine and make sure that when you come to these parks, there are places to rest, places to sit and socialize and gather and watch your children play and watch a basketball game. So again, play continued to dominate the results, the open comments and feedback, excitement about upgrading the playground, especially over 66% of survey respondents voted for play-oriented areas, which we defined as both a combination of the playground itself and also the sports court area. Next slide. We asked about specific play element types for the playground. As I'm sure many of you understand, a traditional play structure, slides and stairs and monkey bars and those elements, but nature play is also very popular. It uses non-traditional play elements like rocks and boulders and tree logs, ropes. So we wanted to find out, is that something people would like to see in these parks? And the community was supportive of both. Traditional play elements ranked overall higher, but nature elements were still desired. We saw a lot of writing comments about a variety of different topics. We saw pollinator habitats and native plants, again, tying into the nature theme. Drinking fountains is something that we really heard about in the second round as we get more into the details. And Eric will talk about how we incorporated the drinking fountains into the park. And striping for multiple sports, again, having a combination of different sport options to make the sporting spaces multi-use and multi-purpose. Next slide. So we presented the park concepts to the Parks and Recreation Committee meeting. And they provided some valuable comments that we incorporated into the preferred designs that we're showing now and advancing for council approval. And then the same process will stand after tonight's commentary from council if there are directives that you would like to see incorporated into the design. Next slide. And now I'm going to let Eric talk about the designs themselves.
So I'll just kind of briefly kind of walk through what you guys are seeing on the screen, kind of what elements are what and what the is for that. If you can go to the next slide. So for Bayside Manor, starting towards the bottom right of the screen. So again, this park is at dead end, is somewhat expanding that entry so people either one have a chance to either sit down or kind of decide, hey, I'm going to go to the lawn, am I going to go to the play, or am I going to go to the picnic area? And you'll also notice we have a little bit better connectivity starting from that entry point, working, you kind of see that curved walkway that goes up and to the left. Is providing better connections between the entry, play area, the picnic, and then also the sports and lawn area. Moving to the right of the entry space there, you'll see there is a new play area, and that's new play equipment, new play surfacing. The area is nominally the same as what's there currently. You'll notice in between the curved walkway and the play area, we have this landscape buffer. And as part of the outreach for both parks, there was both positive and negative sentiment for dogs as far as making sure dogs kind of stay in dog areas. And so for both parks, the intent was to one, have that fenced in. So when people and children are playing in the park, there's less chance of dogs kind of flying in and out of these play areas. That particular landscape buffer there is just an additional layer of separation between people with their dogs and then people using the play area. More or less going straight up, you'll see we have an expanded picnic area, whereas before I think this had one table. So here, again, numbers are conceptual, but say a handful of tables and other types of seating elements, a shade structure to provide the shade. That was a recent addition from the draft concepts to the preferred concepts, was to add the shade in there. Working to the far left or the top left, so what was originally one large basketball court, we've converted to two smaller courts. The orientation flipped 90 degrees. And then on the far left, what we're calling a multi-use court, but could also be used as pickleball. And that would be fenced in two of those. And below that, a flexible lawn space. People can take their dogs, they can picnic there. Kids can run around, frisbee, whatever people want to use it for. And we've also tried to place as many trees as we can, one to kind of define spaces of different areas of the park, provide a little bit of shade, and just generally beautify the area. Next slide. For Marina Vista, again, very similar programmatic elements. It's just kind of how they're arranged. So starting kind of middle right, just to the left of the play area. Again, a slightly expanded entry. There are several utilities that can't be moved. I believe there's a large backflow. There's an electrical cabinet that have to stay there. So as a way of still having a decent looking entries, we would screen that with landscape. Again, nothing so tall that people couldn't see through the park, but enough to soften those utilities. Working up through that expanded picnic area, a shade structure, a variety of seating elements. Working to the right, again, new play area, new play surfacing, again, fenced to one, just help separate the users of the play area from the users from the rest of the park, but allowing obviously permeability through all those. Going to the left of the picnic area, a large open lawn lined with trees. There are some existing trees that are in decent condition along the road edge that we plan to keep. And again, far left, the basketball court. So again, what was one large basketball court, we've converted to two smaller courts, flipped 90 degrees. There are gates that SFO needs to access to go to that property that's planned north of this. So having any basketball standards or basketball posts would be a vehicular hindrance there. So in lieu of a formal court or a formal sport, we're showing things like foursquare, hopscotch, painted play elements that again wouldn't impact a vehicle trying to move through there, but it does add a little bit more value to the space where we do need clearance. Next slide. I believe that was it for the designs. This is just the explanation. I think and we can field questions or comments.
Great, thank you. Council comments? Go ahead, Councilman Babin.
It's great to see these because we've been working on them for a while, and thank you to the public who participated in the whole process, because I know this has been a priority for the council, previous councils moving forward here. My questions are, safety wise, the hours of the park, are we going to have solar lighting? I just want to make sure there's safety comes into play here so that there's no kind of hidden areas that we need to worry about children, that kind of thing. Is that, I didn't see that in part of this.
The general intent is that visibility will be throughout the park. So you could be standing on the street or in the park and be able to see other parts of the park more or less unimpeded. Where lighting comes in, that was discussed, but my understanding is that I won't say no other parks, but most other parks in Millbrae do not have lighting, and that was a cost and maintenance item that was not preferred.
Okay, interesting. Just a thought on that. And I guess it's Marina Vista here. We have a person who likes to hit golf balls, according to my colleague, into the, we need signage there. They're hitting them into a preserve area. And we don't want anybody playing golf on these nice new parks. So that's not really your problem, but the city needs to be alerted to that. But it's very exciting to see these. They look great. And again, thank you for the public for participating in this. We do hope they will be enjoyed for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Cahalan.
Thank you so much, Eric and Rebecca. Y'all are part of the community with all the work that you've been doing here. And I think folks who've been involved in this process probably feel like they know you guys well. So I think that speaks to the engagement and the work that you really all have done to really make sure this is a community participatory process for the residents in these neighborhoods using these parks. So thank you. With the airport access on Marina Vista, just because there could be large vehicles going over that court, does it have to be like a special surface, or there's different things we're doing to make sure that's a surface that's going to hold up over those vehicles? And then at the same time, are there ways to, maybe we need to work with SFO so that that becomes like a backup entrance and not a primary entrance? I don't know how much they're using that entrance now, but.
Yes, Councilmember Cahalan, we will be forwarding these plans to SFO for the review, but we're going to make sure that that area of the court can accommodate the weights of the equipments that they'll be using. And since it's going to be painted surface, that's a pretty easy maintenance feature.
My other question, and I don't know at what point in the planning and design this comes in, but I think many of us in Millbrae know about the Gophers, and yeah, no matter how much you tell them, they're not invited. It's my house and then the train tracks, and I keep trying to let the Gophers know they have all that land out there. This is my square. But yeah. Is it in the plans, or how do we formally make it that like maybe we really work to have gopher wire and protection for these new lawns and make less maintenance for our public works and preserve that lawn?
Yeah, it was definitely something that came up for both parks, as I think currently there's a lot of gopher potholes and other things of that sort. There are things you can do. It always comes down to maintenance. You can spend $1 million, and if you slip up for a month, gophers will be back. So there are things that we're looking at. There are different types of effectively wire that you can place underneath that does provide some deterrent. It is obviously a cost item. Might double or triple the cost of the particular of the lawn area itself by doing that. But if that's something that people want to pursue, we are currently thinking about that.
All set? Vice Mayor? Okay. Thank you. I think they look great. We're going to have to extend the meeting. So if somebody could be ready for that. Couple of questions. When I read in the plan, it sounded like the public wanted chain link fence. Now, what I like about Bayside Manor is they've got that, I would have called it powder coated black metal. Maybe it's wrought iron, but shouldn't Marina Vista get that same fence? Chain link fences to me, it's right there in the staff report somewhere. Chain link fences to me remind me of prison. So if we could come up with an alternative fencing, even if it cost a little bit more, I think the two parks deserve it on there. That was one of my questions. I assume we're going to use the 1090 fescue we've been experimenting with at Hillcrest at Josephine Waugh Park for water use. I do agree with, I'm hearing gopher complaints from everybody all over Millbrae. They must have loved this winter, but we need to spend the extra money and put in at least what we can to protect. I love the pollinators on there. I would like every park to have a section, we've talked about it under Adopt a Spot, to have pollinators with signage to go with it. If it costs a little bit more with the signage, we're working on the signage for the pollinator demonstration garden, so that's great. In both parks, I think, or maybe only one, you talk about a swale. Now, I've tried and failed at trying to get a cistern put in under the rec center to catch storm water. Now, after the atmospheric river and droughts, we are talking about how can we contain water so it doesn't flood. So I don't know, I think it's Bayside Manor that's got the swale, but it's a swale this way. So it could be designed to capture rainwater, depending on how we might slope things. I just would like to see us consider that. In my perfect dream on the east side, especially on that lovely SFO line, land that to me is very denuded, it will have retention ponds. So the next time we have atmospheric rivers, that water can be kept there. We don't have to pump it out to the bay, especially when we can't pump it out to the bay. And we can capture that and keep saltwater intrusion from coming in. So if we look at some of that, I don't have my specifics on the asphalt basketball courts, but is there a lighter asphalt that would reflect more sunlight and reduce the heat island impact of asphalt? And then in the paved areas, same question. Can you look into reflective surfaces that will help reduce the heat? I'm so happy that both neighborhoods wanted more trees. My dream on the east side that the trees would be redwoods because they're the best tree, both for absorbing carbon. Number one, best for absorbing carbon. And number two, up in the top of absorbing sound from the freeway and from SFO. I know we can't do it on SFO's land, but I'd like to see that anyway. But at least on ours, if we're going to plant some new trees, those thick trees, not where it's keeping the police from seeing from, the other side, but against the area that will help, at least in tiny increments, help our noise problem. The utility box at Marina Vista, is that the city's utility box or AT&T Comcast? I asked because I liked the idea of how to frame it, but it can also be public art. I will tell you Comcast and AT&T and PG&E are pains in the butt, and they're using a turn law to prevent that. But we could do a really lovely art piece right there, designed or painted by the neighborhood that is very nature-based on there, and that would make that look much more attractive. I really do think Marina Vista deserves a nice fence and not a chain link fence along Bay Street. I mean, if we can come up with the funding for it, it's about time they get it. The dog park, what I hear from Bayside Manor more than Marina Vista is everybody goes down there to run their dogs around. So when they bring their kids, it's a poop farm. So I don't have a solution from that other than to make sure that we've got enough garbage cans readily available. And I saw that you got the doggy bags right at the front, but that's one of the number one complaints I get. If it's going to be a dog park anyway, they seem like they're resigned. But how do we do so kids can play in clean areas? And if maybe it's better signage, I don't have an answer for that.
Hey, Mayor, real quick, you said that's Marina Vista?
Bayside Manor. No,
Bayside
Bayside
Manor, okay.
Manor, number one complaint when I walk that neighborhood is people bringing their dogs down there and never cleaning up after them.
Because there is now a dog park available to the public on the new Gateway Millbrae project on the very east side that we can get the word out to the community as a dog park.
You mean the strip along Millbrae Avenue?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Because every time I've been down there to check the art, it's locked up. But I think that's great.
It's open to the
It's-
public, just for information.
It
And
just,
then-
that's what I've heard for the neighborhood on there. I like the plans. I would love more redwood trees. I would love us to be absorbing carbon. Anything we can do to reduce heat grabbing. See there, I'm losing my terminology. Anything that can help prevent heat islands in there. But I like the plans. I'm glad the public is happy. Thank you for the process. But as much green that you can put in there. Oh, and I think the new concrete standards are coming in. So it should be no carbon or carbon free. Sam, do we have that? Senator Becker, that was his big bill 2 years ago. It should be going into place on cement. I will say I was at Atherton for California Cities and they created their entire walkway. Okay, this is Atherton, but it's permeable, but it doesn't look, it's decomposed granite, but it's different. And it's a hard surface, but it's also permeable. So maybe some permeability into some of those surfaces. I took pictures, but I don't have the chemistry of it on that, but I can send you the pictures, Sam. Again, Atherton had all the money in the world, but let's at least see what it would cost. And then maybe we go out and try to get some grants. So great job.
We do have one last slide. And just to give you the next steps for this project. So today we're having the final meeting. I wrote down all your comments. Comments are going to be incorporated into these plans. We're going to be going into the construction documents and design phase, and it'll begin next month. We're looking at completing the plans and specs by November of this year, and a bid opening in January of 2024, and then construction will begin in February. It'll take about 1.5 years.
Okay. Actually, you made me remember one thing. So at Marina Vista, those doors are there because SFO used it to clean out the canals, which is very important. And then they used the basketball courts to pile up debris, lovely organic debris, didn't they? Isn't that what they
Equipment,
used?
they use it for equipment storage.
Okay, which is going to be really hard on the asphalt. I know that our staff now meets with San Francisco Airport planning staff. They've got many other accesses into that area. They do not have to use that park. We should be keeping an eye on that and get SFO to stop using Marina Vista Park for maintenance, period.
Yeah.
Let's add it to our to-do list and if nothing ventured, nothing gained.
We hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Move approval with the comments?
Oh,
Yeah, Mayor, real quick. I had a question from one of the council members, actually Councilmember Cahalan, and it was not mentioned. So restrooms were brought up early on, and then they kind of fell off of a priority. I believe, and want to clarify that at Marina Vista, there's connections. So a year from now, 2 years, 3 years from now, if we want to add a restroom facility, the infrastructure is there to do that. And then if we did, it would not impede on any of the current design playgrounds or basketball courts or. So is there room to add a restroom facility specifically at Marina Vista in the future?
We'd have to look at the utilities in this, just for grades. But if there's enough fall there, then yeah. it would be
There's
I
room.
need to talk closer to the mic.
So we would have to look at the existing utilities in the street to see if there's enough fall for, for sewage to flow into the existing sewer system. So if there is that fall, then yes, in the future, if we wanted to put in a restroom, we could.
I have to ask, before we move forward on this motion, I know Councilwoman Papa made a motion. Was there a second? If not, good. We're at 2 minutes before our quitting time at
Right.
11. So if I could have a motion to extend the meeting, we have got 2 additional items. Every time I think something is something, I'm not.
Move to extend the meeting.
Move to extend 30 minutes in the
Second.
hope that we don't need it. Okay, motion second vote
Happen, yes.
to extend the meeting.
I was a second.
Who's the second?
I was
Second, Angelina Cahalan.
Councilmember Pappen.
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan.
Aye.
Councilmember Fahed. Vice Mayor Goodman.
Aye.
Mayor Snyder.
Aye.
The meeting is now extended to 11:30 PM.
Thank you. All right, back to
Move approval of the motion, the item, please.
Second.
with the comments and consideration.
Okay, and Sam, did you have anything else you needed to inform us of? Okay, no further questions. Did you say we had someone from the public? We just made a motion. Sorry, public. Public, who are they?
Gina Miranda, if you could unmute yourself.
My apology, Miss Miranda.
Thank you, everybody, for staying with us. To the Gates folks, thank you for so much that you've done, staying with us tonight, number one. Number two, as somebody mentioned earlier, your engagement. I'm really, really super impressed at how you bring together all of this disparate ideas. I don't even know what I want, but you guys put it all together so well. And I was most impressed with how you listen to the community. That's such a huge deal, and I didn't think you could do it, quite frankly. It's a tough job, but I saw how your creative design included ways to be inclusive of dog people and people who have fear of dogs. I saw how you captured items from what people had told you that I know was important. Little tiny things, just one tree makes a huge difference. And I saw that. It was amazing. And then mine, which has to do with nature and history and keeping some of that local area of some of the local things that we have that are so important with our wildlife, teaching our future generations about the nature and the education, some signage, maybe telling them about how important it is, how important it's been as a happy place for so many generations of kids in this neighborhood, and pollinating, of course, for future generations. All that, I just love how we can incorporate that if there's any way. Again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Miss Miranda. I have no speaker slips. Do we have anybody else online? Closing public comment, bringing back to council. We have a motion second. Call the vote.
Councilmember Pappen,
Yes.
Councilmember Phelan,
Aye.
Councilmember Fung,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman,
Aye.
Mayor Snyder.
Aye.
Item number 14 passed by a vote of 5-0.
Congratulations, everyone. And I can't wait to see it for our east side. That's very exciting. Moving on to agenda item 15, and I see our head of tourism who's been patiently waiting. Thank you. Agenda item 15, adoption of a resolution granting consent to the city of Burlingame to form the San Francisco Peninsula Tourism Marketing District, or SFPTMD, and include the city of Millbrae in the SFPTMD, and it is an action item. And city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to introduce Mr. John Hutar, who's here to provide the presentation and action this evening.
And good evening, Mayor Schneider, Vice Mayor Goodman, council members. I have with me tonight two board members. I brought two of my 27 bosses. With me in the room is Tina Ongerth, owner of the Dillon Hotel. Her property back in 1971, when we were formed as an organization, was known as the Travel Lodge. And on Zoom is Robert Brandt, Complex General Manager of the Westin Millbrae and the Aloft. And along with him is Karen Tang, the sales director for those two properties. So we're here tonight not to ask for money, and we're not asking money from the city or from the hotels. But we would like to tell you a little bit about what we've accomplished recently, specifically for the hotels in Millbrae. Next slide, please. So for 2022, the return on assessment, there is a tourism business improvement district that was put in place in 2001. A fee is collected from guests staying overnight. For Millbrae's portion, the return of revenue from what was collected was 7.6 times greater throughout San Mateo County. 4.2 times, so much stronger performance in Millbrae. In addition to that, 93 group leads were sent to Millbrae hotels, generating over 1,500 room nights for 288,000 in room revenue and an economic impact of $1 million. And again, our two board members that represent Millbrae are with us tonight. Next slide. A recent trade show that the Westin and Aloft participated in as an example of how we network with hotel members was joining us at the International Travel Trade Show IPW. That is Karen on the lower left there in the beige sweater. And you can see the countries that we interacted with at that trade show. Next slide. This past fall, we helped the Aloft celebrate its 10th anniversary. Terrific community event. Next slide. We recently completed the Peninsula Restaurant Week, which Millbrae restaurants participated in. I'll just throw in a request. If for next year we could have some ad time on the electronic billboard, we would appreciate it. We came a little too late to the party this year for that. Next slide. Every now and then you get a gift. A new hotel is born, and the Residence Inn at Millbrae Station was a fantastic ad. It remains the newest hotel on the peninsula. It gave us a lot of content for social media, talking about the project at large, photos from that grand opening event. Next slide. And shortly thereafter, we were able to bring travel writers to stay there and write about it. And there's content posted on YouTube and more that will be done as a result of that stay. The next several slides talk about all of the content that we've promoted about events happening in Millbrae. This is just sort of a data dump. There's probably 3, 4, 5 slides of content from Lunar New Year to the Millbrae 75th anniversary, Juneteenth, and if we go to the next slide, overall this year we will participate in 31 trade shows and meeting events. We have a spring domestic campaign with Expedia for our hotels, an international campaign that runs from April through December. And we have a preferred partnership with several meeting planning companies. And San Francisco Travel, we view as a partner, not a competitor. But we work very closely with them and are a preferred destination management organization partner. That's just some samples of what we have done specifically for the city of Millbrae. The initiative in front of us, again, our organization formed in 1971. The Tourism Business Improvement District was put in place in 2001. Millbrae was a founding city as part of that district, and that has been renewing annually for 22 years. Our interest now is to move to more contemporary legislation, effectively from the 89 Highway Act to the 94 Act, which allows districts to have an initial term of 5 years and then up to 10 years. This migration this time will be for 5 years. Additionally, the rate of assessment, the dollar amount between 15 cents per night to $1 per night, has not increased since 2001. Next slide. So to give you an example of cities that were first formed under the 89 law that have migrated, it goes from Stockton in 2010 to Santa Clara in 2021 to San Jose in 2018. So you can see we are one of the last districts to make this migration on the law basis. And what the 5-year term allows is we know that we have secure funding and we can look forward and have more long-term contracts and agreements and focus on our body of work and less about compliancy. On the next slide, the alarm was sounded when we saw the Moscone calendar for convention room nights into San Francisco. For the peninsula to enjoy overflow, Moscone Center, as you can see that line in 2019, needs to be at about 1 million rooms a year. And that gives us a cadence of about 35 to 45 weeks a year of hotel rooms coming, overflowing into San Mateo County. Through 2030, they will be down 40 to 60%. So that regular cadence won't be there for the foreseeable future. And our board saw this convergence of an old law, a lot of time spent on renewal, 22 years of no rate increase, and compression overflow going away, that it's high time to take matters into our own hands. The next slide speaks to how we determined the rate. And if you take some of our neighboring convention bureaus, take their annual budget, divide by the number of rooms they represent, our factor comes down to $197 per room. We were not aspirational to reach for the sky of Napa County that is at $1,500 a room, or Oakland or San Francisco that are over $1,000 a room. But our board felt it was very fair to compare ourselves to Monterey County, Santa Cruz County that are in that $600 range. And that was the target we set for ourselves. Next slide, please. There will be many benefits for our hotels with this increased funding. Most notably, we will now have a budget to get into the events business, meaning an event that generates overnight room nights. That could be a marathon. It could be some kind of athletic event, some kind of music event. We've never had the funds to be able to do that. In addition, there are 14 items that are possibilities. Next slide. A lot of investment in marketing. You probably saw many commercials for Visit Santa Cruz during the pandemic. There's a recent one to visit Carmel by the Sea. A lot of investment in digital marketing, traditional marketing, be it print, television, etc. And we then have a total of 14 initiatives that our hotels are in the process of prioritizing. Go to the next slide. Which markets we would add potentially convention sales, which markets we would add leisure sales. There is an opportunity to get into markets that we currently don't play in, be it financial or doing more in biopharma. And these are listed as possibilities. There's one more slide that lists these. But our board has met with a facilitator to give us guidance on direction. We've had a director of sales forum earlier this month for the folks on the ground to give us direction on where they want these, how they want these monies spent and how they want the programming. So the next slide shows the proposed rates for large hotels like the Westin in Millbrae, 5,000 square feet or more. The assessment would be 1.5% of room revenue. For all other hotels, it would be 0.75%. That compares very favorably, and even with this increase, we will be the lowest of Bay Area tourism districts. San Francisco, hotels near Moscone are at 2.5%. Oakland has a 2-level assessment, $1.50 per room. plus a 3% assessment. San Jose between $1 and $3 plus a 4%. Sacramento 2 to 4%. So clearly our 15 cent to $1, it's obvious that that is way under. And even with the increase, we remain competitive. We would join our counterparts in Oakland, San Francisco, et cetera, and not assess airline crew rooms, make them part of the assessment. So we have a competitive playing field with our neighbors. And the next slide has a little higher level view of how this assessment compares. We have a few communities with a higher TOT, Half Moon Bay, so they still compare favorably. Brisbane and South San Francisco have a conference center fee of $2.50. But the point being that even with the increase both at the Bay Area level and at a higher level, we remain very competitive. And with that, I will stop. And Robert, if you would like to comment from your perspective on the fee and how you feel that will augment our budget, please feel free to jump in.
I don't see Robert. However, I did invite Karen Tang and also Emily Brown as a panelist.
Emily is our consultant with Civitas if there are any technical questions. But Karen, perhaps you could jump in and talk about your recent participation at the IPW show and other interactions you have with us.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm more than happy to do so. So I have recently attended IPW, which is a trade show that network with tour operators. And without this, at this trade show, I realized that there are many people that are looking beyond just the San Francisco experience, which I think San Mateo County would fit very well into. So I think it's very important for SF Peninsula to partner with hotel partners to bring business into San Mateo County, and that will also bring business opportunities to local businesses as well. So for me, I think that having that funding or that money will go a very long way to help businesses in Millbrae for sure.
Thank you, Karen. I believe we lost Robert. He has 2 small children, so we'll give him a pass. But thank you for hanging in, Karen.
Absolutely.
And Tina, you're on our board, and
yes,
you know a few things about marketing and how much things.
Yes. So the budget that they have been surviving on, I was shocked. I was like, how are you guys even surviving on that? $200 a room. If you know what it just costs even just to run a campaign on Expedia or to even put something up on the billboard up there on the freeway, it's very costly. Not to mention the sales missions they need to do to go out and reach these tour operators or the international or the corporate travelers. So the way that it's funded currently, it's not enough to sustain or to even take us through anything at this point. And also with the conventions not coming back as strongly, which creates compression here. The large hotels and even the smaller hotels, we feel that from the conventions, just because of our proximity to BART, to the airport. Millbrae is just in a great area, but without the conventions, we're not going to get that ADR back for some time. So how do we get it? We need to go ahead and bring our own business to the area. So fill up the big hotels with groups, with meetings, whatever it takes. And also not even just that, just promote what we have in the area. One of the things is we recently changed the name to San Francisco Peninsula because that's a more recognizable name. If you go anywhere else, no one knows what the peninsula is or didn't know exactly what Millbrae is or Burlingame or anything like that. So that was one of the first steps in us trying to take the next step into maybe promoting tourism to the area. And getting back to that 0.75%, on a $200 room, that's still only $1.50. And we pass that through to the guests. I've never had anybody complain. Okay, so I'm about what it is currently. So $1.50, someone's not going to come back and say, I'm not going to pay that. No, that's mine.
Thank you. It is my understanding, but correct me if I'm wrong, that our Millbrae hotels want this.
Yes, yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yes.
I had
yes.
one question, and I think it doesn't involve, I know we don't have a shuttle system yet. We, all of your city council, we want a shuttle system. This won't in any way impact us. I always think that, oh, the shuttle goes to Burlingame, so they've got that advantage over our hotels. Will we have a chance to talk maybe later on of how we can help?
Yes.
Okay, great.
For sure.
All right.
I'm always here.
Council, any comments on this? I heard what I wanted. You want it? We're here for you.
Great. Glad to hear that.
I see no other council comments. I don't have a speaker slip for this. If there is a motion, we have to take a motion on here.
Move approval.
Thank you, Ms. Pappen. Second.
Second.
I know it's late. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any further discussion?
Thank you.
All right, City Clerk, could you call the vote?
Councilmember Pappen,
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan,
Aye.
Councilmember Fung,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman,
Aye.
Mayor Snyder.
Aye.
Item number 15 passed by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you for staying so late. Do reach out to us so that we can talk and we can help. Thank you. Okay, last up, and we have 10 minutes. And for all of the people who are waiting to get appointed tonight, our last agenda item is consider appointments to Park and Rec Commission, Sister City Commission, Community Enhancement Advisory Committee, Cultural Arts Advisory Committee, Economic Vitality Advisory Committee, and the Senior Advisory Committee. City Clerk,
Given the time, Madam Mayor.
do we want to skip the presentation?
Yeah, I think we can skip the presentation unless any
Do
council
you want to just
members-
put up the names so we know? I mean,
Next slide, please. Well, that's the presentation then. Oh, there we go.
there we go. Sorry, City Clerk. Council, do we have any comments? I know we still have openings for almost everything, and I encourage the public. I know there should be one more applicant for MCAC because I've met him. He works up at the garden, John, I believe his name is. I'm very big into gardening. Council, do we have any comments? I do have one speaker slip for the very patient, John Muniz.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I am recommending Marion Kong for Park and Rec Commissioner. She's a 40-year resident of Millbrae. She's been past Woman of the Year. She ran a after-school program for children. She's very highly regarded in Millbrae, and she would be a dedicated Park and Rec Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muniz. City Clerk, I lost your slide. I can't see the names. And I don't have my copy of the staff report.
I think we have another comment.
I'm giving her a chance. Alice, do you want to hand the slip afterwards? So right now we've got Stephanie Douglas, who's gone through the interviews.
I'm so tired. But anyway, I the same subject about John. I really support and commend and Madam Clown be part of the commissioner for the Park and Rec because this, oh my goodness, after she retired, she's been commit herself all time to try to work the community benefits. And she's very talented, do things much faster than me do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kwong. But I do believe the interview committee has interviewed the following people. So that's the recommendations tonight. That's why I asked the city clerk to pull it back up. But there are still 2 openings for Park and Recreation as well as other ones, and the interviews are not done tonight. I would entertain a motion for the people that the interview committee has recommended.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Again, we go through an interview process, so it doesn't mean that these other candidates, but they have to apply and go through the interview process. All right, we've had our two public comments, closing public comment, motion second. Any further discussion?
I got one comment I would like to make. Sorry, we'll get back to you in a second. It's my understanding that the EVAC, the Economic Vitality Advisory Committee, there's one open space, but then there's an alternate already being appointed previously. Perhaps it might not be a bad idea to reach out to the alternate and see if they want to be appointed as a full member.
Sure, I could reach out to the alternate.
Historically, what we've done, if you're an alternate, you do need to be interviewed for the permanent slot. That's how we've done it for years. So it just needs to ask and be interviewed.
They just said, reach out.
Yeah, that's the direction. We are clear on that direction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. City Clerk, could you call the vote, please?
Oh,
Just
sorry.
a clarity on the motion. Or is this motion just for the Park and Rec Commission, or is this
No, this
for all
is-
of them?
No.
For all,
Subcommittee recommendations.
Everybody on
all recommendations.
the subcommittee
Everybody on the
recommendations.
recommendation?
Yeah.
Okay, and then any open slots, well, are we coming back to those?
If more I would encourage the subcommittee to interview as soon as possible. The city clerk's already talked to me about YAC, the Youth Advisory Committee. We have a little bit of time because they don't go back into business until August, but we should get those interviews and bring it back as soon as possible.
Are you asking, are we going to talk about that tonight, whatever the process is, or you're saying, are we going to bring it back at a later date?
Yeah, are we gonna try and fill any of those
Yes,
open positions
Not
tonight?
tonight.
Oh, not
Or Not
I mean,
tonight?
no.
Okay.
No, we have a process.
Call for
So-
the question.
Councilmember Pappen,
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan,
Aye.
Councilmember Fung,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman,
Aye.
Mayor Snyder.
Aye.
All right. Item number 16 passed as presented by a vote of 5-0.
Congratulations. And for anybody watching, get your applications in on any of these. With that, it is,
No, just back on that, we do need direction as a committee when we are at a stalemate or if we're at a tie
oh, I
on
wasn't aware.
recommendations. So I would request some conversation around how we come back and what is it that you want from us as a committee if we cannot agree on future recommendations.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So city manager, it's 11:25. Is this a group discussion or is this, I don't have a good answer for you
I
other
would
than
see-
to bring them
Well, that's
to the
what we
full
were,
council for discussion.
right, that's what we're hoping to.
Okay,
tonight.
then my guess is that you would come back in 2 weeks, July 11th.
Without direction.
With that, with whom you've interviewed, what you thought. And, or you can also say that if you're split, that we're continuing to keep the application period open, please submit and we'll re-interview. For a planning commissioner, got two bites at the apple
Yes, of course.
on planning commission a few years ago.
So I have a suggestion. Throughout the process, I think as a city, we're blessed with a lot of volunteers who want to volunteer their time. And we've got, at this time around, as has always been, but this time around specifically, we've got a lot of really qualifying candidates who are vying for the Park and Rec Commission. And we're very blessed with all these candidates who wants to serve. So I think it would make sense that we bring these candidates in front of the public, in front of the council, and let the community also be a part of that process and let everybody hear why they want to serve, how they want to serve, and so we can make a decision as a council so that it's open and it's public.
Right, and I think that's what I'm asking. So we need direction. If that's appropriate, if it's not appropriate, what is, and what is our course of action? Because we attempted numerous times to bring a recommendation. One of the members of the subcommittee, rightfully so, had a change of mind, and so that we ended up pulling someone that was going to be recommended. And so we just need to make sure that we're getting proper direction in the appropriate arena, not outside of this space that we have set aside to have these conversations. And so I understand that it's at the end of the meeting, but again, that doesn't provide us with the proper direction we need to make.
So city manager, hang on, Gina, okay? City Manager, what can we do when we've got this? I understand that we have a lot of public that may like to volunteer. I'm of the mind that different committees and commissions have projects that they work on that are for specific skills. And I'll be the first one to say when Planning Commission comes up, I am dearly hoping we have a landscape architect because it could be very helpful for projects going through Planning Commission. But what do you recommend that we're doing right now? Gina, I see your hand, but I'm going to wait for the city manager.
So I'll also have our city attorney weigh in here, to assist. But I think that the charge of the subcommittee is to interview and provide recommendations. If the subcommittee cannot agree for recommendations, that's why they're not the appointing body. That's why we bring it to the city council, and the city council is the appointing body. So the time and place for motions and selection of anyone on the list is during this agenda item. If you'd like to continue the item for further interviews and additional outreach, we can certainly do that.
I'm not sure you need to continue it. I mean, you certainly have vacancies, and so you're going to continue the process. I guess the question is, if you have a particular nomination where the committee was unable to agree, is it the pleasure of the council to bring that forward to the council, or just go back through the interview process? I think it's related enough to the action you just took, so I think it's permissible to discuss it, but I think that's really the question. But we should probably let
Councilwoman Pappen?
Yes, as a council member, if they cannot decide, I would like it to come before the council so that we can move ahead. That's what I'm trying to get through here. And
I've already said that, Ms. Pappen.
And excuse me, you've asked what is the wishes of the council. I'm giving my wishes.
And I'm asking, it's late. You've said it. We've heard it. I've said it.
That's my opportunity. I had to say it.
Mayor, I think a point of order, just based, I need to jump in here. Council, we need points of order. Each council member should be able to speak. I don't think anybody should blurt out. I know it's late, but if we can just hang in there. I would recommend that if there's a motion for anybody on the list, this is the appropriate time and place for that to be made. It is up to the council. The council is the appointing body, not the subcommittee. Subcommittee just provides recommendation. If it's the pleasure of the council to continue the process, go back out, continue the recruitment and marketing and interview process of the subcommittee to formulate a recommendation. Or not a recommendation, that's okay too. As Ms. Pappen said, that's why it comes to the council. You have that choice as well.
May I?
It's crystal clear. You have two actions, you have three actions in front of you. One is you've already approved the subcommittee's recommendation. That's one. The other action, you know that you still have vacancies. Any of you can make a motion to appoint anybody to fill that vacancy. If there's a motion and a second and a majority of you agree, then that person's appointed. The third alternative is to continue the item, go back, continue to recruit, interview candidates, and come back a second time with additional recommendations.
I'd like to make a motion. The motion is to have the remaining two seats on the Park and Rec Commission to be brought in front of the council in a public setting such as this and have them interviewed and have them appointed at that time.
So that would be at a future date.
Not tonight, certainly. We need to obviously agendize this and invite all the candidates to join and speak to us and also have the public to be a part of the process. But that's my recommendation.
And I
That's
can
my
support
motion.
that.
I would second the motion.
So that means it's going to come back.
Well, no, Mayor, we
That's
have a
fine.
motion and a second. Now you'll call for the
Oh.
vote.
So discussion, please.
Yes.
So what is the charge for the committee? Is it for us to either continue interviews or present to this council those that we have already interviewed?
I can only say in the past, we have, as a council, reopened the interview process. We've done it for Planning Commission. We've done it for other committees in the past. But it sounds like to me, the direction that we're getting from our staff is that the two that have been interviewed would come at a
It's more than
future
two.
council date.
That's not the
No,
direction of
it's
staff,
more.
Mayor. I need to
No.
correct it. There's a,
Yeah.
Vice Mayor. It's not the direction of staff. There is a motion and a second. Now you're discussing it. Then you vote on it. It's the direction of the council. You have a motion, a second, and you're discussing it.
To bring it back, the question is it just the two or can additional?
There was no, there hasn't been a designation of being two.
Okay, I
So
got you.
I'm asking you.
Mayor, for clarity, the motion, let me repeat the motion. The motion on the floor is to bring back the two candidates for an interview. of the full.
No, hold on. I made a motion. Let me try. There are two current vacant seats on the Park and Rec Commission. My motion is to bring the candidates, all the candidates back. So the council gets to review all the candidates and the public can be involved in commenting. And so that the council can make that final decision how to fill those two seats.
Right.
In a public setting such as this.
All the candidates, okay.
And I hear you. And back to my question, if I may, there's two vacancies. There's one individual that we could not interview because of scheduling. So I'm asking, is our charge to communicate to the individuals and bring back all of the individuals that were not recommended tonight, but we've interviewed? Or would you like to give us the charge to interview the individual that we have not interviewed and make sure that he is a part of the group that we're bringing before this body? That's what I'm asking. So I just need clarification so we are given proper
The
direction.
makers of the motion. My preference is we interview the person that we couldn't fit into the schedule.
Okay, and then present
Keep it as open
all
as
the
possible.
remaining at a future meeting.
Mhm.
Okay, is that good?
Yeah, so I think the process would be all those interested parties who qualify to be interviewed will come back in this city council, in front of the council, and we'll have a chance to interview all candidates and make a decision at that time to fill those two seats.
That's clear as mud. And I'm sorry, all due respect, when you say all interested individuals, that's not telling us the individuals that have been interviewed or not interviewed. So that could be someone that's watching tonight and saying, I would like to be considered.
Right.
And so that can balloon from 5 candidates that we were interviewing to 20. And so I'm asking for direction.
Right.
Are we just adding the individual that we have not interviewed because of scheduling?
Okay.
And the remaining individuals that we have interviewed already?
Okay.
That's it.
So let me try to answer that then. City Clerk, have we not closed the application process or deadline?
The first recruitment, yes.
Okay, so as of that day, as of the close of that deadline, all those candidates that are qualified to be interviewed, they would be entitled to come back and speak to the council as part of that group of applicants.
Right, and that's all I was asking. So that's
Does that make sense?
perfectly clear. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Motion's
Okay.
clear. second's
Yes.
clear.
Okay, hold on, just so that we capture that. We have a motion and a second to interview everyone who had been qualified to be interviewed,
Yes.
including the person that schedule would not allow. And they will come back to city council and be interviewed by all of us jointly in the same fashion then that we do planning commission. Okay, and Councilwoman.
My clarification is, at one point I heard specifically Park and Rec Commission, but we have 2 openings on community enhancement and still 1 opening on economic vitality. So are we doing this for all of those?
I
Not just
believe,
Park and Rec?
My motion was very clear, sorry,
Yeah, go
sorry.
ahead.
My motion was very clear, and it pertains to the Park and Rec Commission. And all the others, we have an existing process in place, and they will continue to process these applications based on the existing process that is in place. My motion is very narrowly focused and narrowly defined. It only pertains to the Park and Rec Commission, those 2 current vacant seats.
When will recommendations for the others
I'm sorry,
be coming back?
Councilman, I missed that.
When will recommendations for the other open seats be coming back?
Were you able to interview the other people or just not able to interview?
we've interviewed most, but I think we are going to be able to make a recommendation if we meet again.
Oh, because if one
on-
doesn't slot here, they
Right.
may slot there?
Yeah.
Got it. Got it.
Okay.
Okay, because I encourage some of these people, if not here, then there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second. And we've discussed, we've had public comment. Please call the vote.
I heard,
Happen, yes.
okay,
Jean,
so I didn't remember who did the second.
Pappen.
Happened,
Fong.
okay, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I made a motion.
Okay.
Councilmember Pappen.
Councilmember
second.
Pappen,
Yes.
Councilmember Kyle-Lane,
Aye.
Councilmember Fung,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman,
Aye.
Mayor Snyder.
Thank you. Aye.
All right.
Mayor, just for timing, how about either July 11th or July 25th, so
Fine.
we can give people plenty of time? Does that work
Fine.
for the council? Okay.
July 11th, 25th, I won't.
I've
Either
been
way.
on council 7, 8 years now. And typically we vote the agenda that's in front of us and not make up filling positions that aren't there. I find this highly irregular. It's impossible for me to guess who was talking about this. This is not what I approved on the agenda, and I wouldn't have approved it had it come to me that way. So I don't want to see this happen again.
All of the names, let me be clear. Okay, because you debate and it's political. Staff is here to provide information. All of the information is in the staff report. All of the applicants are listed in the staff report. So it's there. So everything we have provided
I
should be
understand,
clear.
City Manager.
If there's a process issue, then we can discuss that on the protocols. It's not addressed.
I have never seen us try to
But the
pick
item's
people out
closed.
of a hat
So
at
I really don't-
11:30 at night at a council meeting.
I don't think we should, the item is closed, Mayor.
All right, meeting adjourned at 11:38.